We'd like to call day two to order here for the March CWCB meeting. And our chair is just running a few minutes late, so we're going to go ahead and get started. And we've got a few small changes to the agenda. I guess our last agenda item, which was a report. Get through this here. Project update evaluating conserved consumptive use in the Upper Colorado River with Perry Cabot and Aaron Dillingson is that's going to be postponed, I guess, to the next meeting. Sounds like, Paul? Yeah. Okay. And so I have some information, Michelle. Thinking of putting you in that slot. If that works, okay. Great. All right. So that's all the river update that we can get to yesterday. And as regards yesterday, I just want to say that I appreciate being in the full force of their hearts and an issue and through, we're going to go hopefully it'll be nice today. So there's an coming events will be in the South. May 17th and 18th will be in Casinos, July 19th and 20th. It's live from September 20th and 21st, and back to Denver, November 15th and 16th. So our first item here is to approve and or remove consent agenda items. So I guess I would ask if anybody has anything that they aren't comfortable keeping on the consent agenda. Or if anybody needs to recuse on anything that's on the consent agenda. If not, if there's a motion to approve, we can move through that one. Yeah, Director Brody.
I'd like to move approval of the consent agenda items.
Okay, so we have a motion from Director Brody and a second from Director Boucher. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next item 15. This is public comment on the 2023 in-stream flow and natural lake level appropriations in Water Division 1, 4, 5, and 6. Bob? Morning.
So yeah, it is now. Good morning. For the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff, and as Director Felt said, I will be presenting agenda item number 15, which is public comment on the 2022 in-stream flow appropriations in divisions 1, 4, 5, and 6. So this is an informational item and no board action is required at this time. Great.
And
so,
sorry, may I interrupt, Rob? I think you said 2022, but it's 2023.
Yes, thank you. Still trying to get over that 2023. I guess it's only been 3 months. Okay, so on January 24th, the board formed its intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on 12 stream reaches and 1 lake. Those are shown on the map on the screen. So CPW recommended Herman Gulch, which is up near the Eisenhower Tunnel, and Water Division 1, and 2 segments on Cure County Creek, which is out towards Moore Point Reservoir, Kelly Creek and Red Canyon Creek, which are out a tributary to the San Miguel River, and West Dubin Creek in Water Division 4. And then also in Water Division 4, High Country Conservation Advocates recommended in-stream flow appropriations on Cameron Creek and Cross Creek. And then finally, the BLM recommended Monitor Creek and Van Boxel Creek in Water Division 4, along with 2 segments of Peons Creek in Water Division 6, along with Hack Lake in Water Division 5. So pursuant to Rule 5D of the rules concerning the Colorado in-stream flow and natural lake level program, notice of the board's action was sent to the ISF subscription mailing list on January 31st. This notice provided all parties with the deadline to file a notice to contest, which is due to the CWCB no later than March 31st of this year. So at this time, CW staff has not received any notices to contest or information that such notices will be forthcoming, but there's still a couple weeks left until the deadline. So this agenda item is an opportunity for anyone from the public to comment on these appropriations. I don't think Viola mentioned anyone is online or here to provide public comment. But if these appropriations are not contested, staff would seek final action at the May meeting. So with that, I can answer any questions. But as I said, this is not an action item.
Questions for Rob? Sounds like you got it covered, Rob.
Okay, great. So we'll move
that-
right along to agenda item 16. So once again, for the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is public notice of 2024 in-stream flow natural lake level recommendations. So each year staff holds an in-stream flow workshop where recommendations are provided to CWCB staff. The workshop this year was held virtually on January 31st, where around 50 people participated. At this event, staff was presented for recommendations from in-stream flow and natural lake level water rights from the Bureau of Land Management, High Country Conservation Advocates, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So up on the screen is a map that indicates that 7 new segments were recommended at this workshop in the pink lines, and the new natural lake level appropriation is indicated in a pink triangle. They're a little hard to see on there. But those are in addition to the 38 recommendations that staff received in previous years, which are shown in green. And so those recommendations did move forward for a variety of reasons, including future data collection needs or more outreach that needed to be continued. So currently there are recommendations in water divisions 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, but we don't currently have any recommendations in water divisions 3 or 7. So all the recommended reaches can be currently viewed spatially on the CWCB website using Map Viewer, and we will have Google Earth files up soon as well. So shortly after the ISF workshop, staff commenced its outreach operations for these 2024 recommendations when notice was provided to the in-stream flow subscription mailing list on March 10th. Outreach will continue throughout the year and will include presentations to county commissioners and other interested stakeholders. And we also mail letters to landowners, publish notice in local newspaper and such forth. So the public can stay up to date on these recommendations and download documents and data as the CWC receives them from the recommending entities on our website throughout the year. And should note that the copies of the recommending entities presentation from the ISF workshop, along with the recording of the workshop, is available on our website for people to view as well. So once again, that's all I have. This is not an action item, but I can take any questions that you may have.
All right, thanks, Rob. Are there questions on this item?
Okay.
No questions for you, Rob?
Okay. See, I'm just keeping us right on pace, moving right along.
Yeah, man.
This one will not be as short. So for the record, once again, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is agenda item number 17, which is an action item where staff is requesting the board form its intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights in Water Division 4 on Cottonwood Creek, Monitor Creek, and Potter Creek. So at the January meeting, staff provided an informational presentation on these recommendations about the work that staff has been completing over the last several years. So today, staff will provide a more comprehensive presentation, but will also be requesting action by the board. As a reminder, the board is required by statute to make 3 findings to appropriate in-stream flow water rights. While those findings are not required to be made today, staff has provided the board with the technical information needed to make these findings, which is included in staff's memo, the executive summaries, also in BLM's recommendation letters and reports and field data, the report from SGM on the water development allowance, and finally the AECOM HEC-RAS staff memo. I apologize for the large volume of materials included with staff's memo, but we wanted to provide the board with as much information as possible to make their decision today. So the first finding is that a natural environment exists And as most of you already know, the vast majority of ISF appropriation the board has completed in the program's 50-year history have been for cold water fisheries. As a result, the R2 cross model was used to quantify the flow amounts needed to protect that natural environment to a reasonable degree, and it used parameters of average depth, velocity, and weather perimeter. For the 4 recommendations that we're talking about today, the aspect of the natural environment that the Bureau of Land Management is hoping to protect is the riparian vegetation. So a different methodology was applied, and we'll provide more detail on that later in the presentation as well. So the second finding is that the natural environment will be preserved by the water available for appropriation. For most ISF appropriations, staff uses a median hydrology to satisfy this finding. The type of flows that are needed to protect the riparian communities in these recommendations happen on a very limited basis and only occurring every couple of years. So the analysis completed by staff is different than looking at the 50th percentile. So Brandy Logan from our staff will go through the water availability analysis a little later in the presentation too. And finally, the third finding is that there's no material injury to other water rights. So the recommendations being presented today, while different in structure, would still be junior water rights, and as is the case with all ISF water rights, would be subject to statute 3792-1023B, which states any such appropriation shall be subject to the present uses or exchanges of water being made by other water users pursuant to appropriation or practices in existence at the time of such appropriation, whether or not previously confirmed by court order or decree. So in essence, we would just recognize existing uses on the creek, whether or not they've been decreed. So what makes these 4 recommendations slightly different than most ISFs decreed in the past by the CWCB? So first, as I mentioned, BLM is recommending protect rare riparian communities in 4 potential wild and scenic reaches. The second part is that the proposed ISF reaches would protect all flow during high flow events down to a base flow level if a certain threshold occurs. So there'd be a trigger to putting these in-stream flow water rights to become active. And third, the water development allowance would include in this appropriation to allow for development of future water rights while still protecting the streams. So we'll have SGM go into more depth in that as well later on. But the concept is if we're going to be asking for all the unappropriated flow during a certain part of the year, we want to provide a way for people to still do some reasonable development of water during that time as well. So before we get into the details of the recommendation, I just want to provide a little bit of a geographic orientation. So these 4 recommendations are located about 5 to 10 miles southwest of the city of Delta and are tributary to Rubidoux Creek, which is tributary to the Gunnison River. So these creeks do have some existing water rights on a limited number of private lands. But as you can see on this photo map, there's limited irrigated areas on these creeks compared to, if you look to the upper right hand screen, you can see all the irrigated area off the Gunnison River there. So this next map kind of shows the recommended reaches in the land use portions of it. The tan color is the Bureau of Land Management, the blue color is state-owned land, and the green part is used Forest Service land. And as you can see, the small gray areas, those are the small inholdings that are privately held within these areas. So there are 4 reaches that are going to be talked about today. One is on Cottonwood Creek, and there's one on Monitor Creek as well. And then there's also 2 on Potter Creek, one that goes down to the confluence with Monitor Creek, and then from Monitor Creek down to the confluence with Rubidoux. So this area is kind of marked by steep canyons, and as I mentioned, most of the irrigable land in these watersheds has already been developed. But as I stated before with the water development allowance and the structure of this water right, the goal was recommendations was to leave some water for future appropriation while protecting these riparian resources. And it's important to note that even if ISF water rights were to be placed with these recommendations on these streams, that there are no in-stream flow water rights downstream on the Gunnison River. So there'd be full diversion being able to be occurred down there as well. So the CWCB does currently have some in-stream flow water rights that exist on some of these creeks already. So the BLM previously made recommendations on these 3 creeks to protect the warm water fisheries. So as you can see on the right here, the Potter Creek in-stream flow water right was decreed in 2004. It's a year-round appropriation. And then in 2006, the CWCB appropriated initial flow on Cottonwood Creek, which is only seasonal. And this past January, staff had requested and the board granted their intent to appropriate a base flow recommendation on Monitor Creek 2, which is also seasonal. So as you can tell by those two seasonal recommendations, they were driven by limited water availability. So these are very flashy systems that can have low or even non-existent flow at certain points of the year. So as documented in staff's memo, the board has broad discretion to determine what minimum stream flows are necessary to preserve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. I want to provide a couple of examples here of where the board appropriated all of the flow in the stream and determined that was the minimum needed to protect the natural environment. So the first up is on Hanging Lake and Dead Horse Creek, which the board appropriated in 1996. So the board determined that all the unappropriated flow in this stream system, lake system, was required to preserve the natural environment. And the reason for this was that the natural environment had a unique, distinct assemblage of riparian vegetation and some globally imperiled species. It also had black swifts that lived, that nested behind the waterfalls as well. Then in 2019, the board appropriated all the unappropriated flow for Himes Creek to protect a native population of San Juan cutthroat trout, which at one point were thought to be extinct. And then lastly, on the right is a picture of Big and Little Dominguez Creeks, which the board appropriated in 2011. And once again, that was for all the unappropriated water, preserve both aquatic and riparian aspects of the natural environment, along with amphibians, insects, and distinctive communities of cottonwood trees and other associated riparian vegetation. So in these three examples, the ISF water right appropriate was for all the inappropriate flow for 365 days a year. The goal of the current recommendations was to not be as restrictive as those three examples and would only require all the inappropriate flow during certain circumstances when certain measurables have been met, which we think would still protect the natural environment to a reasonable degree. So since these recommendations were formally submitted to the CWCB in 2017, staff has been conducting outreach with various stakeholders. So 10 notices were sent to the ISF subscription mailing list, which has a little bit more than 1,100 subscribers. Letters were sent to identified landowners in the watershed, and notices were published in the Montrose Daily Press and the Daly County Independent, along with multiple presentations to the county commissioners in Montrose and Delta County. So as part of our outreach, staff also met with staff from the Colorado River District, and they were the ones that actually suggested involving a development allowance in these appropriations while the water right was in effect. And we'll go into more about the development allowance later, but staff agreed that that would be a proper use of it, including development allowance in this instance. So staff contracted with SGM to work on this project, which was work that was comparable to the development allowance that was created for Big and Little Dominguez Creeks, which I mentioned before. So once again, SGM will go into this in more detail in a little bit, but the Water Development Allowance received input from the River District, along with staff from the U.S. Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and CPW. We're also working on current specific terms and conditions with the River District staff to hopefully include with these appropriations. And lastly, in your packet, we received letters of support for these recommendations from American Rivers, Audubon Rockies, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and Western Resource Advocates, which should be in your packet. So with that background information set, we'll have a couple of different presenters come up to go through specific aspects of the recommendation. First up would be Roy Smith from the BLM, and he'll go more in depth on how wild and scenic interplays with these recommendations, along with information about the riparian communities and their importance to BLM. After him will be Brandy Logan from CWCB staff, who will discuss how this ISF was quantified and discuss the water availability analysis performed. And then finally, Gordon Dimmick of SGM will provide an overview of that proposed water development allowance. And then finally, Katie Birch of CPW will speak briefly about support for these recommendations. And Laura Belanger from Western Resource Advocates will also introduce Dr. David Cooper, who they hired to complete some work in this area in support of these recommendations. So with that, I would ask that Roy Smith from the BLM come up.
Can you school me on how to advance this?
Just hit that button.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning, board members. For those board members who are new and haven't met me before, my name is Roy Smith. I'm the statewide lead for BLM Colorado for our water rights program, in-stream flow protection, and our wild and scenic rivers program. I've worked for BLM Colorado for 31 years, and in the last 25 of those years, I've worked with the CWCB board and staff on more than 250 in-stream flow appropriations on street segments that cross BLM lands. So I'm very pleased to be making these recommendations on behalf of BLM. To this morning, we're asking you to make an in-stream flow appropriation that's a little bit atypical, and my presentation is designed to answer questions about this request that I think that the board members might have. And so I'm going to be answering, how would the proposed appropriations provide an alternative to wild and scenic river designation by the federal government? Why do these three creeks warrant a unique in-stream flow protection approach? Why is protection of these rare riparian communities important? What elements of the flow regime need to be protected to maintain and persist these communities? And why are the proposed appropriations the best approach from a policy perspective? So the driving force that started this whole process into motion is the Federal Wild and Scenic Rivers Act of 1968. And under that act, BLM is required by law to complete a wild and scenic rivers study as part of any land use planning effort that BLM undertakes. And in 2010, BLM started the process to update our land use plan for the Uncompahgre Field Office out of Montrose. And those updates are done on every 20 to 25 years. When BLM does these studies, we're required by law and by regulation to do two phases. The first one's called the eligibility phase, and it's pretty simple. It's just making a determination as on every stream in the planning area, is it in free flowing condition, meaning is it dammed or not? And the second is, does it possess one or more outstandingly remarkable values? We refer to those as ORVs. And the definition of an ORV is a river-related value that's unique, rare, or exemplary when we compare it to other streams in the region of comparison. And in this case, that region of comparison is the Colorado Plateau and the Southern Rocky Mountain region, because the Uncompahgre Plateau strides the boundary between those two regions. Then we move to a suitability phase, and what the goal there is to answer the question, would the stream be a good addition to the National Wild and Scenic River System? And the goal of that whole study is to provide some sort of recommendation to Congress on what should be the disposition of the streams that were studied. And we analyzed 13 different social, political, economic, and land management factors, incorporates an extensive amount of public outreach and stakeholder outreach to reach those conclusions. And this is a copy of our cover of our suitability report that was put out in 2013. So in that draft report, BLM reached multiple conclusions, and the most important of those are that the creeks, these three creeks that we're talking about, possess a vegetation outstandingly remarkable value, because the Colorado Natural Heritage Program has identified globally vulnerable riparian communities that are in good to excellent condition on these three creeks. And we determined in that suitability analysis that BLM is in really good shape to provide land use protection for those streams because of our land management authorities. Cottonwood Creek is in a federally designated national conservation area that has real strict management prescriptions in it. And Potter and Monitor Creek are not in a national conservation area, but they have planning level designations on them that control what happens in terms of land use along those creeks. However, the key finding from that suitability determination is there's one key thing that those three creeks lack to protect those riparian communities, and that's in-stream flow protection. And there's only basically two ways to get that in-stream flow protection. One would be to designate these as wild and scenic rivers under the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, and that would create a federal reserved water right. And BLM knows that establishment of federal reserve water rights in Colorado can be controversial and sensitive. But we also know that BLM has worked extensively with the CWCB over the last 25 years to establish in-stream flow water rights to protect values that the BLM manages for. And so BLM looked at that as an alternative and concluded that it would likely be a feasible alternative on these streams. So what happened after that, the suitability report came out is the CWCB board members at the time asked the staff to send a letter to BLM asking our agency to work with the CWCB to protect those values and avoid the need for a wild and scenic river designation. So in the following 2 years, we worked with CWCB staff and within BLM to look at potential alternative protection methodologies and how we could quantify such in-stream flow water rights. And we said, yep, this looks like something that can be done. So in 2017, BLM issued its final record of decision and final suitability determination. And it contained this language for each of the 3 creeks. And it said, if scientific studies conclude that alternative forms of flow protection are in place and sufficient to protect the flow-related ORVs on Potter Creek, Monitor Creek, and Cottonwood Creek, the BLM will determine it's unnecessary to quantify, assert, or adjudicate a federal reserved water right for this segment if it's ultimately designated into the National Wild and Scenic River System. And on top of that, if we already have the water rights protection in place and the land use protection in place, there's really not a big motivation to put these into the National Wild and Scenic River System at all in the first place. So after that was done, from 2020 to 2022, we worked further with the CWCB staff to identify appropriate methodology for quantification, and we spent a bunch of time collecting data to support these recommendations. And so we've been through about an 8 to 9 year process to get us to where we're at today. So I wanted to answer another question that I think the board members have is why do these 3 creeks warrant unique in-stream flow protection? And part of the answer is that these creeks are a pretty unique watershed. The Rubidoux Creek watershed is one of the few watersheds that drain the eastern side of the Uncompahgre Plateau that has fairly unaltered natural hydrology. And the 3 watersheds, the ends of them are outlined in purple on this map. They're all connected to the through Rubidoux Creek to the Gunnison River, and there's no barriers to fish passage up these creeks either. So we have unaltered hydrology and unimpeded connection with the Gunnison River. And the east side of the plateau has a really unique flow regime. The plateau tops out between 9,000 and 10,000 feet, not super high elevation. So what that creates is an early snowmelt runoff, big flows that correspond to the early part of the growing season for the riparian community. Then what happens after that is very low base flows because there's not a lot of high altitude land sending snowmelt runoff. And then we also get really big flood events during the monsoon season because the monsoons track from the southwest to the northeast. And that's the same direction that these creeks run. So the monsoons start raining on the top of the watershed, start creating a flood, and they keep raining on the watershed as the monsoon clouds head to the northeast, and it just amplifies those floods. So on this side of the plateau, we have really big flood events that rework these channels. So the natural environment that we're trying to protect there is a response to this unusual hydrology and geology. With those big floods, the riparian community has to withstand a lot of shear stress from those big flows. The riparian community has to withstand a lot of sediment deposition as these big flows erode sandstone canyons. The riparian community has to reproduce in a very short period of time when the soils in the floodplain are flooded by those high flow events. And that there's significant changes in moisture throughout the growing season from fully saturated to pretty dry late in the season. So overall, we have to have a really resilient riparian community to withstand those conditions. And so the main message that I want to leave you with is these rare riparian communities are worth protecting because they are super, super resilient in these challenging locations. So they are resilient because they've responded to the soils. In this case, they're super well drained soils. They've responded to an extremely variable flow regime from really high flows to really low flows. As Rob mentioned, there are times when these creeks go dry, so they're able to survive in those very dry periods, and they're able to survive in some really narrow canyons with a lot of big flow events that churn through them. They're also able to withstand, stress and catastrophic events. Like I mentioned, there's big floods frequently. There are fires on the Uncompahgre Plateau that burn through these riparian areas. They can also be subject to disease, and they appear so far to be withstanding climate change, which has resulted overall over the long term in less water discharge in these creeks. And sort of the big thing, take-home message is these communities are worth protecting because they provide environmental services that we all want. Instead of having all that snowmelt water come down at once and enter the Gunnison River, the riparian communities slow it down, they store it, they slowly release it and make it available for our use later on in the year. Instead of all that sediment coming down in a big flush, these communities store it, make it stable, and you don't have that sediment load to the Gunnison River and downstream locations. They store the nutrients, so you don't have a bunch of nutrients entering the Gunnison River and you get big algal blooms during high temperature periods. And as the photo shows here, they provide long linear corridors for wildlife habitat that are used by a lot of aquatic and terrestrial species. So you might ask, okay, I see these species and they appear to be fairly common species in Colorado. Why is this combination important? And the answer is that these species have taken this environment and they have partitioned it among the different species, and they've formed a system where they are cooperating with each other and using outputs from the other plant species in that community, and they have formed a very stable system where they are sharing those resources, and they can use and they can accommodate the other outputs from the species in that system. So it's just a really stable system that has evolved for that particular environment. And they focus, this is what BLM's management focus is. This is not the type of appropriation that BLM is going to suggest on every riparian system in the state. Our focus is on protecting these globally vulnerable and rare riparian communities. So the communities that are in this recommendation are CNHP rates them anywhere from critically imperiled down to imperiled and vulnerable. So there's a small subset of communities that are on BLM lands like this throughout the state. And this is just a list of those communities that we're trying to protect. And there's some really interesting combinations of plants out there. It's very, very seldom in my 30 years of working on streams in Colorado that you see narrowleaf cottonwood in the same riparian zone with Douglas fir. It just doesn't happen very often. So they're very unique communities. And so the next question is, what parts of the flow regime do we need to keep these communities going so that they can persist? They rely on high flow events to create disturbances where new individual plants can establish. When those high flow events occur, they saturate the floodplain and the riparian zone, and then those seedling roots can grow really fast and they can chase that water as it slowly recedes. And then for the plants that are already established, those high flow events completely recharge that aquifer so that those established plants have a water source to draw from. And so here's just a really good visual representation of what's going on out there. Is if you look at the base, this is Potter Creek at base flow. And if you look at the elevation of the base flow, it's significantly below those two cottonwood trees on the left. So at a high flow event, those cottonwoods got established as little seedlings, sent down their roots, and they've grown so that those cottonwood trees can access that groundwater that's at the elevation of this base flow of the creek. And so that's a critical dynamic that happens on these creeks. And then there's other shrub communities that establish in the disturbed areas that are created by those high flow events, and they grow between those terraces, on the terraces and down to the creek. So you can kind of see in this picture how these riparian systems work. It's all based on floods and then shrubs and trees establishing and chasing that groundwater as it slowly recedes. And I've mentioned this, we're recommending protection of these flow events only from April through September because that's when the high flow events occur. They're usually due to snowmelt runoff, April through June, and during the summer monsoon season, July through September. So to wrap it up, why is this a good way forward for BLM and the board? There's a natural environment that clearly exists out there, and there's a bunch of science that says this environment will not persist without high flow events. And so we need a slightly alternative approach to protect that natural environment to a reasonable degree. On top of the riparian protection, the fish species that use these creeks are sensitive species, native species to the Gunnison River, and they also benefit from these natural flow regimes. And CPW places a really high priority on management of this particular watershed for those native species because there are not barriers to fish passage. And we've structured these in a manner where there's at least substantial water available for appropriation. After the flows leave these reaches, the flow is still available for appropriation use on the floor of the Uncompahgre Valley. And even when these in-stream flow water rights are in effect, there is a development allowance so that a reasonable amount of use can occur on those private properties along these creeks. And the big picture is if the board proceeds, it shows that the in-stream flow program is flexible enough to be able to have slightly different types of appropriations that can protect flow dependent values that are important to BLM, and that the program can provide alternatives to wild and scenic river designation. And I think it would just grow the big partnership that BLM and CWCB have formed over the last 25 years by reaching out and using a tool to protect yet another element of the natural environment. So with that, I'm available for questions later on, but I think I'm going to turn it over to Brandy now to complete this presentation.
Thank you, Roy. Is this the button?
Yeah.
Right, this one.
I think if you go forward here.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Brandy Logan for the record, CWCB staff. I'm going to cover the quantification and structure of these proposed in-stream flows and the water availability considerations. So as Roy stated, high flow events and the receding limb of the hydrograph create these disturbed areas, wet sediment, raise up the water table, and provide for nutrient exchange. And these are all important processes for establishing seedlings and to sustain growing and maturing plants. BLM identified that a baneful flow is an appropriate threshold flow rate to initiate these important processes. And baneful is essentially the water level where a stream or river starts to access the floodplain or the riparian vegetation. So in order to determine the flow rate associated with baneful elevation, a modeling-based approach was used. We used a HECRAS model, which is a hydraulic model developed by the Army Corps of Engineers. It's commonly used throughout the United States, particularly in flood events and floodplain modeling. We contracted with AECOM with the help of the floodplain section. So I'll do a shout out to Kevin and Terry for helping us with that to develop models in a representative site in each of the 4 proposed reaches. And then out in the field, BLM and CWCB staff, we identified those appropriate reaches based on the presence of those riparian communities. We identified the cross sections and we flagged baneful indicators. So this is a picture from when we were out there, and you can see it was not at baneful discharge. This was very low flow conditions. This was in early spring of 2021 following the 2020 drought. Cottonwood Creek was completely dry. And that's okay because we can use these baneful indicators to tell us where that baneful elevation is. Even if we could be out there during baneful, which is hard to capture in these systems, it's probably not going to be safe to survey at that time. So the baneful indicators are basically clues you can see in the field. So we can see a change in slope, a change in vegetation, soils, water staining on rocks or bedrocks, and other topographic features. Once we identified those, AECOM surveyor used a GPS system. They surveyed the cross-section topography, the floodplain topography, these bankful indicators, as well as those woody debris deposits that happen from pretty extreme flow events in the past. And so this is just an example of some of those woody debris deposits. The one on the left, it's right next to the stream. It's a little harder to tell, but on Monitor Creek on the right, it's way back in the riparian system, and we still see evidence of these large high flow events. So this is the kind of data set that we could collect with the GPS system, and all of that field data was used to develop models for each reach by AECOM. And then those models were used to determine what flows are necessary to reach those bankful indicators and those debris piles. So this table is just showing the model results for bankful for each of the reaches. So these are the flows in each section where you're going to start to get into that riparian vegetation. So based on what is known about the flow needs of these riparian systems, the identified thresholds, and the hydrology in the area, BLM is proposing something different than an all-unappropriated approach, in that it would only be active when those threshold conditions are met. So once you reach that bankful threshold and you're within that window, April 1st to September 30th, which is when we know most of these events occur, or the main growing season, when those conditions are both met, these in-stream flows would protect all unappropriated flow until the flows recede back down to the existing in-stream flow rates, or September 30th, whichever happens first. And so this is just an example of how this would work on Cottonwood Creek. This is a CPW gauge. You can see that that bankful indicator for Cottonwood Creek is 183 CFS. The in-stream flow that we have on Cottonwood is 3.6 CFS, so a little bit of a difference there. The existing in-stream flow is just from April 1st to mid-June, but you can see that gray line starts to go up, flows spike above that 183 level, and that light green line is showing you where the in-stream flow would be effective and where it would be protecting that flow. So with April 30th, that flow protection would start, and it would extend all the way down until flows go back to that 3.6 CFS level on June 17th. So during that time, the in-stream flow would be protecting all of the unappropriated flow, but senior water users could continue to divert as they always have. New junior water uses that their water use fell within that water development allowance could also continue to divert. And only junior uses that were beyond that water development allowance could potentially be curtailed in the future if those water rights were developed. And this is just a nice photo series I wanted to share with you. These were taken on Cottonwood Creek during that same event by CPW aquatic research scientist Zach Hooley-Underwood. As Roy said, CPW has been doing extensive work on the 3 species in these systems, looking at migration patterns and spawning behavior, and they're turning out to be very important systems for spawning for those species. So you just see this nice progression from a dry stream in March to flows coming up in April, and then that receding limb back down to virtually zero or zero flow. As Rob stated, one of the board determinations is that a natural environment will be protected by the water that's available for the appropriation. Usually we use median stream flow or average stream flow to evaluate kind of typical conditions to determine if water is available. But the purpose of these in-stream flows is to protect these more rare high flow events. And those events don't occur on a median basis. They can occur anytime between spring and fall. They can last from a few hours to weeks or a couple of months. And the events don't occur every year or maybe even in most years. So the thing to keep in mind here is that these in-stream flows will only be in effect if the bankful threshold is reached. So water will be available when these are active. We did do a water availability assessment. We looked at the hydrology in the region. We documented the existing water rights, and we looked at the available gauge data, and all of that is in your board packet in the executive summaries. We were fortunate in this situation. We had a stream flow gauge on each of the 4 reaches, a historical USGS gauge on Upper Potter, seasonal CPW gauges on Lower Potter and Cottonwood. And then we installed a gauge on monitor that we've had in there since 2017. And the main take-home message here is that at every single reach, at least one point in time, we have reached that bankful threshold. So we know that those flows occur, and we know that the threshold can be reached in each of these systems. We also know from this information that the runoff events are typically longer during snowmelt runoff, and the rainfall events are really short, typically a day or less. The other piece of evidence we have is just the existence of that the debris on the floodplain. From the AECOM modeling, we know that these are exceptionally high flow events, and events of that magnitude are going to be really rare in these systems. So this is just an example of the kind of data that we had on Cottonwood Creek. This is 8 years of data, and you can see that we have 3 events on the record where the stream flow went above 183 CFS. These events were all during snowmelt runoff, and they lasted between 21 and 49 days. You can also see in 2015 and 2017, we had more modest flows, and those flows didn't reach the 183 CFS threshold, and so we wouldn't have an in-stream flow in effect for these riparian systems in those years. Same thing in 2018 and 2021, but in those years, we don't have gauge data. Flow was so low, CPW couldn't, it can't measure what's not there. So they didn't install the gauge that year. 2020 was also exceptionally low. So you can see that very, very variable system out there. The other thing to know about the CPW gauges is they're seasonal. They're really focused on these runoff events, which are Q spawning in the fish. And so we don't have data from the monsoon events, but we're pretty confident they occur in these systems based on the adjacent basin. So I think you saw some of these slides at the last meeting, but I love them so much. I just wanted to show them again. This is Monitor Creek. This is one of our gauge locations, and we installed a game camera just to kind of see what happens during these events. This is in late July in 2019. You can see it's a nice sunny day at 10 a.m. Close, we see rain come in, quick little event. But man, does that stream respond so quickly. I wouldn't want to be camping there in this rain event because it comes right up. It's accessing the riparian vegetation, comes up even higher. This event did reach the threshold on Monitor Creek as well. And then flow starts to recede. And by evening, it's back down to these kind of more base flow levels. And I have a video, I'll try that as well. Just to kind of give you a little bit more detail. I don't know if it'll work. Yeah. Perfect. So that is all I have to cover. Next up, I hope we have Jordan Dimick here with SGM. He's going to present on the proposed water development allowance. So as Rob said, River District staff expressed some current concern about an in-stream flow that protects all unavailable flow, at least at some points in time. And they suggested a water development allowance. The goal here is a water development allowance that's still protective of these natural systems and these processes while allowing for some reasonable future uses to occur based on the private and public lands in the area. So this isn't really too different in concept from what the board did on Big and Little Dominguez Creeks, although the in-stream flows in those situations were protecting all inappropriate flow at all times. So we hired SGM to determine what those potential future water demands could be in these basins, and Jordan is going to cover their work on that. Great. Jordan, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. So I have Amanda Webb with me. We're with SGM in Durango, and we got the opportunity to work on this water development allowance calculation. If you could advance to the next slide.
I'm going to talk about the slide before, I think.
Are you going to do it? You can go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So the purpose of our analysis was to analyze the existing water rights and historical uses on public and private lands in the study area to kind of set a baseline of what's already being diverted from the creeks. And then with that information, we wanted to project reasonable water demands that would be needed to be protected under a future water development allowance, as Rob and Brandy stated. So to do that, we use GIS to delineate the basins, query the existing water rights and other exempt water uses in the basin, such as wells and livestock watering tanks. We looked at the existing irrigated area by CDSS. We performed a soil and slope analysis to delineate future areas that may be irrigated in the future. And then also looked at existing grazing demands in conjunction with the Forest Service and BLM. We also did a basin yield analysis using historical stream gauges, current active CPW and CWCB gauges. And then lastly, we performed a state CU analysis to estimate water demands by crops, depending on the elevation in the basin. Next slide. So this map, if you can see it, is all of the water rights in each basin. So the basins are highlighted, outlined in that purple pink color. And then we kind of summarize the water rights. So mainly in all the basins, there's ditches, ponds, reservoirs, springs, and wells. We characterize ponds being less than 1 acre-foot in volume and reservoirs anything greater than that. And so those are summarized on the screen here. Next slide. And then this is a map of the land ownership in the basin. So there's 4 distinct landowners. There's CPW and Cottonwood Creek Basin. We have the BLM and the TAN, kind of the north half of the basin. And then the Forest Service and the green in the lower half of the basin. And then those clear kind of black outlined parcels are all the private lands. In Cottonwood Creek, there's about 11% of the basin's private property, about 13% of Monitor Creek is private property, and about 7% of Potter Creek is private property.
Okay, so once we had completed our initial analyses to look at what the existing water demands were, we worked with stakeholders and went back and forth on what were reasonable demands that might happen in the future. And so we talked with representatives from BLM, with the Forest Service, with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and then we also looked at development that might occur on private parcels. And so we'll focus on the private parcels first. We specifically came up with 3 scenarios. Not knowing exactly what the future holds, we determined that it was a good idea to look at various endpoints. And so for scenario A, the idea was that the parcels would continue to remain relatively large and intact, and we would have additional irrigation demands on that. And so they would, we looked at on a per basin perspective, how much additional irrigation water was needed. And so as Amanda said, we looked at slopes and we looked at NRCS soil types, and from that determined areas that might be suitable on private land for future irrigation. And from that determined how much water would be needed based on decreed water rights and proximity to creeks. And for each basin came up with what amount of future irrigation water would be needed. Another potential end member for future development would be, what if these larger parcels were subdivided into 35-acre small-scale farms? And so our unit demand for that, when we looked at how much water would be needed, we looked at an exempt well permit, and typically you can have 3 homes, some irrigation on a 35-acre parcel. And currently under the exempt well permit, you don't need a water right for that. But from a wanting to protect future development for small scale farm, domestic and irrigation and stock water needs, we said conservatively, what if that exempt well statute was revoked, and what would the individual demand be for 35-acre parcels? And then the third scenario for private lands was to have a higher density, but still have small scale farms on a 5-acre parcel. So overall, there'd be a little less irrigation demand, but you'd have a much higher density of homes. And so we looked at each one of those. If you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So you'll see on the far left, we have scenarios A, B, and C, which I just described. And then we've got Cottonwood, Monitor, Upper Potter, which again is the majority of Potter above the confluence with Monitor Creek. And then Potter, which is the combination of Monitor, Upper Potter, and then that lower Potter portion when it terminates into Rubidoux Creek. And so for Cottonwood, the highest water demand turned out to be scenario B. So that would be the 35-acre small scale farm subdivision. For Monitor, there's quite a bit of private land in the upper portion of the basin. And we identified that there could be additional water that would be available to divert and used for irrigation. And that ended up being the greatest demand for Monitor Basin. And then for Upper Potter, there's really only one small parcel, a little less than 5 acres. And so it ended up being scenario C is that small scale farm. And so the idea that we had working with stakeholders was we don't know which result we're going to have. And so for each drainage, let's just look at the total maximum demand and allow any of the foreseen uses under that. And so if we look at Cottonwood, again, that's for 35-acre parcel subdivision. The annual demand associated with that was 557.16 acre feet. And then an associated flow rate to meet that diversion, the maximum month was 2.06 CFS. So if you go to the next slide, we then also talked with the state and federal agencies on what were their individual projected demands that they would foresee in the future. And so Colorado Parks and Wildlife has some land that they own in Cottonwood. We talked with them about the fishery operations and what they'd like to see, and they requested 0.1 CFS with the annual volumetric of 1 acre foot. And then in coordination with Forest Service and BLM, they both agencies felt like on a per basin assessment, an additional 0.22 CFS water development for future stock watering or other land use needs would be adequate with an annual maximum volumetric limit of 2 acre feet. If you go to the next slide. So to sum it all up, we've got Cottonwood, we've got Monitor, Upper Potter, and then Potter Creek. We'll just start with Cottonwood. You can see on the far left column, we have each type of water development allowance for private parcels, BLM, US Forest Service, CPW. And we simply just added the annual amounts that each that was allocated for each entity, and then the associated diversion amount and summed those. And for Cottonwood, you'll see that the total annual water development allowance that we recommend be allowed would be 562.2 acre feet at a maximum diversion rate of 2.6. And so we've got a slide or a table for each one of these on this slide. And just to remind, for Potter Creek, it's the combination of Upper Potter Creek and Monitor Creek, which is why you see the highest annual amount, the 1,631 acre feet with a maximum diversion rate of 7.73 CFS. Thank you.
So thank you, Jordan, for that presentation. I believe up next, we're going to have Katie Birch from CPW speak real briefly.
Morning, everyone. I'm Katie Birch. I'm the In-Stream Flow Program Coordinator for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, for those who don't know me. CPW would like to offer our support of the BLM's In-Stream Flow recommendations as both a water user and landowner, and as the agency vested with perpetuating the state's fish and wildlife resources. We have water rights on Cottonwood Creek and Rubidoux Creek, downstream of Potter and Monitor Creek's confluences at the Escalante State Wildlife Area Lower Rubidoux Tract. In these dual roles, we believe the BLM and CWCB found a structure for the BLM's riparian flow recommendations that balances future consumptive needs while also protecting high flows necessary to support riparian plant communities. A robust streamside vegetation supports aquatic species. It provides shade, cover, and a terrestrial food supply. This results in temperature buffering, water quality benefits, and reduced sedimentation, in turn benefiting aquatic habitat flow and temperature conditions. Maintaining the highly complex riparian communities of Cottonwood, Monitor, and Potter Creeks will have cascading benefits to the aquatic life. But protecting high flow events will also directly affect the fishery. Cottonwood, Monitor, Potter Creeks all support strongholds of bluehead sucker, flannel mouse sucker, and roundtail chub, an assemblage collectively referred to as the Western native 3 species. These species are considered a species of special concern by the federal resource agencies and a Tier 1 species of greatest conservation need, according to CPW and our State Wildlife Action Plan. These native desert adapted fish need not only base flows. In order to complete their life cycle, they need flows sufficiently high to allow passage during their migratory spawning runs. These spawning runs are a lesser known cousin to the famous Pacific Northwest salmon spawning runs. While they have less notoriety, they're equally as impressive, as Western native 3 species travel distances of 60 to 600 miles to spawn annually. Peak flows are critical for mature 3 species seeking to complete their life cycles. The start of the spring runoff cues fish to begin their spawning run, where they move from main stem habitats up to tributaries like Cottonwood, Monitor, Potter Creeks. High recruitment for native suckers has been associated with high spring runoff and a gradual recessional flow after. The receding limb supports incubating eggs, larvae development, and hatching. Drastic reductions could dewater eggs. The receding limb of the hydrograph also provides rearing habitat for fish in their early life stages, serving as a nursery environment for larval and young of the year fish. As Brandy and Rob mentioned, CPW researchers have dedicated significant resources to Rubidoux Creek, Cottonwood, Monitor, Potter Creeks. We basically have used passive integrated transponders or microchips tagged in fish to monitor their spawning movement patterns. Using this technology, we've documented 25,000 fish, native fish, using Rubidoux Creek and its tributaries. Thousands of individual fish have been detected in Cottonwood and Potter Creeks where pit tag arrays were deployed. So for the most part, these tributaries only flow during spring runoff, its receding limb, and monsoonal events. Regardless, ephemeral and intermittent streams have significant roles for spawning adults, as well as providing refugia for native fish in their early life stages. These tributaries give them a better chance for survival than main stem habitats where there are many predators in competition. The 3 species are exhibiting a downward trend and collectively occupy less than half their native range in the Colorado Basin overall. An in-stream flow water right is a protective measure that could reduce threats that might lead to a state or federal listing. Together, the decreed, pending, and recommended in-stream flow rights will not only protect base flows, but also high flows critical for these riparian plant communities. A robust riparian corridor will support aquatic life, but protection of high flows also directly supports our native fish, helping them carry out their life cycle, maintaining key habitat features like healthy spawning beds, and supporting refugia environment. CPW believes the tributaries of Cottonwood, Monitor, and Potter Creek are critical to the persistence of 3 species in the greater Gunnison and Colorado basins. We think the approach taken by CWCB and BLM is entirely consistent with CPW's agency goals and our mission to perpetuate native fish in their habitat. We thank CWCB and BLM for their hard work on this effort.
Thank you, Katie. Then up next is Laura Belanger from Western Resource Advocates, who hired Dr. David Cooper to do some studies in this area.
Great. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Laura Belanger, Senior Water Resources Engineer with Western Resource Advocates, a conservation organization that works, among other things, to ensure that Western rivers are thriving and that our distinct landscapes are protected and healthy. And I'd like to express WRA's support for the in-stream water rights proposed on Cottonwood, Monitor, and Potter Creeks to protect the unique riparian vegetation communities that are present. And to understand the needs of these riparian communities and the proposed in-stream flows, WRA hired Dr. David Cooper, a riparian and wetland ecohydrologist with 43 years of extensive experience. Dr. Cooper is a senior research scientist emeritus in the Department of Forest and Rangeland Stewardship at CSU in Fort Collins, and his reports on the Three Creeks are included as attachments K through M for this agenda item. And with that, I will hand this over to Dr. Cooper, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thanks, Laura. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to provide just a very brief overview of the flow needs for riparian vegetation. Roy did a great job of introducing these concepts, and there's really just a few parts of what he described that I want to accentuate for these riparian ORVs. The first thing to understand is that the main species that are out there, particularly cottonwoods and willows, all reproduce by seed, as Roy described. They produce these very small windblown seeds that do not go dormant. They have to land on bare, wet mineral soil created by high floods to germinate. Otherwise, there's no germination and no persistence of these species. The dispersal of the seeds are all timed with spring high floods. So the trees are really well connected genetically to the natural hydrologic regime of these rivers, which is really important to understand. The soils where they germinate have to stay wet long enough so that the seedlings can grow roots deep enough to connect with the water table. And so this slow reduction in flow and the connection of the water table that recedes slowly is really important for their persistence as well. The cottonwoods and willows, which dominate these riparian systems, are the most sensitive tree species in North America to drought-induced dieback. And I mean, of all the species in North America, these are the most sensitive, which is interesting that they dominate desert riparian systems. So they can only persist where the summer water table remains within approximately 5 to 10 feet of the ground surface. These are what we call phreatophytes. They're obligate phreatophytes, and the word phreatophyte means plants that can root to the phreatic surface or the water table. It's really important that these plants establish not just along the channel, but far from the channel in protected areas, because as you saw in the video that was shown, these summer flows can easily blow out all of these seedlings. And so you can have establishment with low flows, but there's no persistence. And so these high flows that get seedlings away from the channels into protected areas is absolutely critical. Many of the species that provide these outstanding, remarkable values also reproduce asexually from root sprouts, and this requires soil disturbance that expose their roots, and so high flows are really important for those as well, and those can be summer flows, like the monsoon ones that were described. All of the flow requirements that are needed for these riparian plants occur along Potter and Monitor Creek today, and the proposed in-stream flows would provide for their continuing persistence probably indefinitely. These species, species along Potter and Monitor Creek form really healthy riparian communities. I mean, I've worked along thousands of streams in Colorado and around the world, and these have really intact composition of rare plants and native plants, and they're really kind of remarkable. And what's also interesting is that these have almost no exotic plants. There's almost no tamarisk or Russian olive along these streams, and that's amazing. So there are self-perpetuating natural riparian communities that have these outstanding, remarkable values there as well. Cottonwood Creek has the needed high flows, but the summer groundwater appears pretty deep, and the continued persistence of riparian communities along that stream needs to be thought about a little more clearly. So just in summary, I know I only had 3 minutes. I'm trying to go fast. The recommended in-stream flows that were described here will certainly protect the outstanding, remarkable communities on Potter and Monitor Creek, and they do provide a key element of protection for the riparian communities along Cottonwood Creek. It's a lot of quick biology. I hope that it's helpful.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. So that's all the people I think we were going to have speak today. I don't think there's anyone else that has signed up with Viola. So I just wanted to kind of go through what we're requesting today and what the timeline would be if the staff recommendation is approved. So the timeline here was also included in staff's memo is table 2. So what we're asking the board to do today is to form their intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on those 4 segments that we've been talking about. So that would formally start would start the formal notice and comment period. And these are the dates that we would hope to have as a modified schedule. So we'd start sending out the subscription mailing list notice by April 1st, have comment at the next board meeting, which is in May 17th and 18th. And then the notices to contest would be due at the end of May, followed by the notice of party status and contested participant status in July. And then final action could be taken on any uncontested appropriations at the July meeting. If they were contested, there would be an ISF hearing in November if required. And then with either of the scenarios, final action was taken, we would request that the Attorney General's office file these applications to Water Corp before the end of the year. So with that, I have staff recommendation here. I wasn't going to read through it because it's so verbose, but it's the same one that's included in staff's memo. I know that was a lot of information, so I can try to answer any of the questions where any of the other speakers could try to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Are there questions, on the board? Okay, so we'll go to Shay, and then looks like Director Sakata has a question too. Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Felt. I'm Rob, just confirming the relationships with the private landowners in these reaches. Everything is good and there's no confrontation at all.
Not that I'm aware, but I've received an email from an attorney who represents one of the landowners a couple of days ago that he thinks that the structure of the water rights that we're proposing won't be a problem for his client, but I told him that we'd be able to work with him to try to come up with the specific terms and conditions that may provide him with more security as well. But that's the only people that have reached out to us.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Director Felt. My question is actually for Dr. Cooper. Dr. Cooper, you mentioned in your presentation that the lack of exotics. Can you expand a little bit on that and why you think that might be?
Yeah, I think that the shade provided by the cottonwoods and other riparian plants really can limit the establishment and persistence of those exotic plants. But I'm getting feedback. Okay, sorry.
No, you're okay.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I just had some feedback. Yeah, it's really unusual to see the lack of these exotic plants because many of these streams have just dense stands of these plants, as you very well know from traveling around Western Colorado. So it is quite astounding. I think that these flood flows that allow the establishment of these willows and cottonwoods, which are much faster growing than tamarisk and Russian olive, really provide the key driver for these native communities to persist.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper.
Okay, Director Anderson.
Yes, if there's no other questions, I'd move to go ahead with staff recommendations on item 17.
Okay.
I second.
Motion from Director Anderson and a second from Director Vasquez. Is there any further discussion? Yep.
Thank you, Director Felt. I just wanted to say a thank you to CWCB staff. CPW is a little bit uniquely situated on this one. Obviously, as you heard from Katie, it does a lot to advance our mission, but we're also a landowner there, and your staff worked really hard to make sure that our area staff is comfortable with a more extensive protection like this. So we appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Rob, I was going to ask Director Ryan if there were any sort of extenuating elements of managing this from the water rights administration perspective. But he's not here, but I guess just, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, thank you, Director Felt. So we've had discussions, I think we mentioned the memo with Director Ryan and Deputy Director Kozlov, and we also with Division Engineer Bob Herford too. And while we think administration will be complex, it will require lots of gauging if the need would arise in the future that there was a lot of new junior water rights that came onto the system. We think it's technically possible to do administration in this area. It would be challenging. just because of the structure of these flows. And, we need to get into it. But even with our temporary gauge that we had there, some of the data was lost because these high flow events blew out our pressure transducers. As much as we tried to harden them and keep them secured to the rocks, these flows were so big that they blew them out. So it will be a challenge to administer if needed in the future.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Jen.
Dr. Feld, if you do want to talk to Director Ryan, I bet we could put a pause on this agenda item and wait for him to come back if you have questions for him that you'd like to have answered before we vote.
I'm okay with that answer, but thank you. Yeah, Director Combs.
I was just wondering, when you kind of a follow-up there, if some kind of gauging is required, do we then, since we have this in-stream flow, are we required to help if a junior filer, I assume if a junior water right is awarded, DWR would require some sort of measurement device. And because we are then a participant in a water right on that stream, do we partner with that? What does that look like?
I think looking in the future, it's hard to say what would occur, but looking in the future, I think, responsibility would be mostly on the CWCB to install gauges to administer its water right. That's how I would expect it to be in the future.
Discussion, we do have a motion on the floor. Right? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up is item 18, which is the proposed acquisition for in-stream flow use with Pete Convitz. Morning.
Thank you, Director Felt. Board members, good morning. For the record, my name is Pete Conovitz, CWCB staff with the Stream and Lake Protection Section. And this morning I'm presenting on agenda item 18, which is a proposal for two new water use agreements, one with the Ute Water Conservancy District and the other with Garfield County. Both agreements would permit the annual lease of Rudeye Reservoir water for in-stream flow use on the 15-mile reach in the Colorado River. Because these are new agreements and new leases, these are considered new acquisitions under the in-stream flow rules. So today, the introduction of this proposal initiates a two-board meeting process for the board to review and consider the acquisition and also to solicit public comment. So no action will be taken on this item today, but the board could take action on this at the next meeting in May. But first, just a location slide to get us oriented. Rudeye Reservoir, you can see, is located on the Frying Pan River on the right-hand side of this, this map. Releases from Rudeye travel down the Frying Pan to the Roaring Fork River and then to the main stem Colorado River, where they travel down to the 15-mile reach, which is located, begins just below the Grand Valley Irrigation Canal upstream of the city of Grand Junction and continues downstream to the confluence with the Gunnison River. So in the past, CWCB has leased water on an annual basis to support in-stream flow water rights in the 15-mile reach, as well as to help meet U.S. Fish and Wildlife flow recommendations in support of the Upper Colorado Endangered Fish Recovery Program. That program is dedicated to the recovery of 4 listed species that are known to inhabit the Upper Colorado River Basin and the 15-mile reach in particular. Those are the bony-tail, humpback chub, Colorado pike minnow, and razorback sucker. The 15-mile reach is particularly important to the pike minnow and razorback sucker. The diversity of channel features in that reach, riffles, runs, pools, backwater channels, provide spawning habitat for those fish, as well as habitat that's suitable for all life stages. With respect to the annual leases, CWCB has leased water from the Ute Water Conservancy District since 2015, at least, I believe, and from Garfield County since 2020. Okay, I mentioned those U.S. Fish and Wildlife flow targets. Those targets vary by hydrologic year type. In dry years, the recommendation is 810 CFS for the base flow period, which is roughly August through October. The average hydrologic year recommendations, I think, is 1240 CFS, and then in wet years it goes up to 1630. But in most years, dry years in particular, these targets are not met. So this chart shows flows in the reach in 2020, a dry year. In green, the green line shows kind of the native flows that in the reach without any supplemental releases. And the blue is the flows with those added releases. And you could see even with the added releases, the flow targets is barely met, but it does provide a significant boost in flows, preventing the river from crashing, at least on a couple of occasions. And to be clear, the water that CWCB leases is only part of a larger portfolio of water. There are pools of water stored in Rudai, Wolford, and Granby that are dedicated to the 15-mile reach. So it's just a part of that component, but it can be significant. I think last year in 2020, CWCB leased 6,350 acre feet of water from those entities, and that provided nearly 20% of the total releases made to the 15-mile reach that year. So the proposals for these new agreements, and these agreements would allow the implementation of future annual leases. The reason why we need these now is, well, first, the prior agreements that we had with Ute Water and Garfield County have expired. And also we have a need to structure new agreements that are better, more compatible with new procurement guidelines of the state. The amounts involved, the proposed agreement with Ute Water would allow for up to 12,000 acre feet to be leased. And with Garfield County, the up to amount is 350 acre feet. Under both agreements, there's no minimum amount. It's at the discretion of both of those entities as whether they would provide any water for lease in a given year. And the term of the agreements with Ute Water, the proposed term is 5 years, so it would permit up to 5 annual leases to be executed under that agreement. And with Garfield County, the term proposed is 1 annual lease with a 1-year renewal option. Now, you'll notice in your memo, as it was written, both proposals were for 5-year terms, and the up to amount with Garfield County was 400 acre feet. Since your board packet was prepared, we did hear from the Garfield County commissioners whose preference is for a 1-year term with 1 annual lease and an up to amount of 350 acre feet, which would be consistent with the amount of water we've leased in the past. So that explains the discrepancy between the board memo and what I'm presenting today. But this proposal, as I'm describing it in this presentation, is the proposal moving forward with Garfield County. If the agreements are approved and executed, the intent would be to implement the first annual leases under those agreements this year. So the meat of the agreements will govern how annual leases would be implemented and operated. So they cover things like the volume, timing, rate of releases, how the payment procedures are supposed to operate, the permission of additional uses. For example, the water would be allowed to be run through the Rudai Reservoir Power Plant, as well as the new Vinelands Power Plant operated by Orchard Mesa Irrigation District. So to generate an additional hydropower use. It also outlines sort of communication requirements with our partners, Reclamation, Fish and Wildlife Service, CPW, other stakeholders, and as well as other language that's protective of the respective parties' interests. So aside from the term and the amounts, the agreements are very similar. One difference with the Ute lease is that we have proposed that if there is any leased water that remains in storage after the base flow period is finished for the 15-mile reach, we'd like the ability to release that water in December for winter instant flow use on the Frying Pan River to mitigate anchor ice. That is intended as a contingency just to ensure that all of the leased water that is paid for can be put to a beneficial use. We don't really anticipate not needing the water in the 15-mile reach. Those flow targets are usually we need all the water we can get and then some. But again, this is a kind of a contingency. So for example, if we had a unusually wet monsoon season that caused the flow targets to be met by native flows without supplemental releases, and we'd have already executed a lease, this would provide a mechanism to use that water. We didn't include this proposal with Garfield County because the amounts are relatively small, and we don't see a situation where that water would not be used for the 15-mile reach. A bit more in coordination. Under these agreements, we will coordinate with Fish and Wildlife Service and Reclamation, of course, on the timing and amount of the releases. We also communicate with CPW to ensure that these releases don't interfere with recreational fishing below Rudai Reservoir. So in the past, there's been concern that these releases could bump up flows to cause disturbances to the fishery. So in the past, the cap has been that these releases couldn't occur if the overall release from Root Eye Reservoir exceeded 300 CFS, or the flows in the frying pan below the reservoir exceeded 350 CFS. And so those commitments will carry forward under these new leases if they're executed. And then also we present annually at a Root Eye Reservoir Operations meeting that's hosted by Reclamation, which is also open to the public, that occurs each August. So on cost, in 2022, we paid $20 per acre foot for the Ute water lease and $49.50 for Garfield County. I think the difference in these prices is reflective of sort of the different financial conditions associated with their repayment contracts with Reclamation. So you get this variation in price. Under the new proposals, that they would be able to set the terms of the lease price, but we expect that they'd be fairly similar to what they were last year. It's anticipated, as with prior leases, that the funding for the leased water would come out of the Species Conservation Trust Fund, which is funding dedicated to the recovery of listed species or candidate species for listing. It's funded through severance tax from oil and gas revenue. There is funding available under the SCTF this year, and we expect that legislation upcoming this session will specifically authorize funding for projects such as Root Eye Reservoir water acquisitions. But in any event, in years that we desire to implement a lease, we would come to the board for a funding request. So as I mentioned, this is the first meeting of a potentially 2-board meeting process. So just a quick summary of the acquisition procedures. No action today. There could be action taken at the May meeting. Anyone may request the board to hold a hearing on these proposals within 20 days of this meeting. The appropriate notices have been sent out, including to the substitute water supply plan and in-stream flow notification list for Water Division 5. We've also sent out requests for letters of recommendation from CPW, BLM, Forest Service. We don't typically receive letters from Forest Service or BLM for transactions that don't directly involve them, but we do get letters from CPW as well as a biological opinion of the transaction. So again, no action today. We're just here to identify any questions or concerns, and I will try to address any questions that you might have right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Pete.
Cool.
Are there questions for him? I do have a question. Just, is there any issue with using the SCTF funds for the December element of this proposal?
That's a good question, Director Felton. I hadn't considered that. I think that if we can structure those releases so that the water can be delivered to the 15-mile reach, but released in December to also sort of have a combination benefit. You know, the flow recommendations for the reach are year-round, although the base flow periods are the kind of the priority concern. So I think it would be applicable, but I can go check on that.
Okay. Well, I mean, it makes sense what you're talking about, and I suspect it's pretty rare that you'd want to hold that water till December, given the needs downstream. But yeah, I just thought it might be something to check on so we don't get tripped up.
Yeah, good question. I will. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? And so this is just informational, don't need any motion.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, well, 10:02. So we're doing pretty good, I guess. So we're going to take a break. Why don't we just be back at 10:15 and we'll continue on schedule. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we're going to reconvene here with item 19, which involves water plan grants. And I think we're ready to go on that. We think we do have maybe a few sort of disclosures to make, and I'm not totally clear if that just applies to when we get around to voting. That I don't know why we can't all listen to all the presentations, but can you clarify on that, Jen?
Yes, I think that before the agenda item, it would be helpful to know who's disclosing and if anyone's recusing. That might be helpful to know at the outset. We can, I think you can all sit through the discussion, the presentation, but then anyone who's recusing should recuse for the discussion on that agenda item.
Okay.
And so if there is a recusal, let's pull that item out, and that discussion can be separate from, if we're voting in a block, we'll take the block first, and then we can have any recusal items separated and discussed separately.
Okay, so we have 19A through Y, X, Y, Z. So we have 25 items here. Does anybody have any disclosures they want to make? Yes, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Director Felt. So on item 19W, for the Colorado Water Trust, disclosure that I am on that board. I receive no benefit from this project or any form of conflict, however. And then on agenda item 19Y, I will need to recuse on that.
Okay, so you're sort of disclosing on item W and recusing on item Y. Okay, anybody else?
I leave it up to you to tell me, but on we are a participant as far as matching on some of that is of in kind. We don't gain any, there's no benefit to our district, but we are participating. So
Sounds like you're just disclosing, but you're not recusing yourself from the decision.
I don't think I need to. I defer to you on that one. We're, like I said, we get no gain from that. We're just helping them get that project off the ground.
If you have no financial benefit or interest in it, and you feel like you can make an unbiased decision on the agenda item, then I think only disclosure is necessary.
Yeah, I'm just disclosing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was item I, the Nails River restoration. Are there any other disclosures or recusals? I do have one myself on item 19R. There's a application from the Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District. I want to disclose that I am board member with that district. I don't receive any personal benefit at all from the fate of this application. And so I'm inclined to just not recuse, but just disclose there is that connectivity. So with that, it sounds like then, interestingly enough, the very last item is the only one that has a recusal. So it should be pretty easy to go through A through X and then vote in block and then do Y separately. And Director Boucher can leave the room. Is that workable?
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So with that covered, let's move forward with the presentations.
Good morning, Anna Moss, CWCB staff for the record. So this agenda item, as Director Felt mentioned, has a lot of grants to get through. We had 42 applications this grant cycle with about $8.4 million in requests, which exceeded the $7.2 million we had available. So there was a really robust review cycle, and staff was really strategic in its recommendations for you all. So per policy, we sort of divide the water plan grant approvals into different layers. So those that are 50,000 and less were included in the director's report. Those that are over 50 but less than 100 or not recommended were on your consent agenda. And then what you've got before you on this agenda item is those that are $100,000 or greater. In light of the fact that we do have 25 to get through, we did ask grantees if they just wanted to express gratitude to you all rather than take up more board time to Ema Viola, and she would forward those on to you all. That said, I think there are still a few grantees that might want to address the board too as we go through these. And then something else just to note on this, we do have the new regional water plan grant managers, as you know, and so we have now this dedicated staff to really manage these grants. So they were really instrumental in preparing all of these board documents. They drafted all of the data sheets. They're going to work through the contracting process. They'll be the ones dispersing the funds and reviewing all the invoices with support from the rest of the team here at the CWCB. But for the presentations, we're still relying on what internally we're kind of calling our technical experts, those who have led these categories since the inception of this program. And that's because we kind of go through these typically in blocks of categories. So for that purpose, we thought rather than have the project managers kind of jump up back and forth, we'll just keep those technical leads as the main presenters. With the exception of got Ashley Garrison here, she is the one who works in this region. So she's here with us today, so she'll handle the last few agenda items there. So we've got, I think Chris Sturm is going to handle watershed, Kevin Reedy will do conservation and land use, Matt Stearns will do storage and supply, and then Ashley Garrison will do agriculture and the water sharing agreements. So with that, I'll turn it over to the rest of the team.
Okay, so I have a chat here that Andrea will be presenting in place of Chris.
That's correct.
Came from Chris. Yeah. Okay. Andrea, if you're ready, please proceed.
I am ready. Andrea Harbin Monahan, CWCB staff for the record. I'm presenting the watershed health and recreation category for water plan grants. So agenda item 19A is Trout Unlimited Denver's Halo Ranch Aquatic Habitat Enhancement Project. They requested $149,500, and this is a stream restoration project that will take place on 1 mile of Tamichi Creek, flowing through the Halo Ranch in the Gunnison Basin. This specific reach is called out in phase 2 of the Upper Gunnison River Basin Watershed and Stream Management Plan as a priority area. And the restoration design aims to increase the aquatic function and ecosystem services by enhancing riffle and pool structures, establishing point buffers, stabilizing stream banks, and improving riparian vegetation. Baseline monitoring and design and permitting were all completed in 2022, and construction will begin later in 2023, which is covered by this grant, and staff recommends full funding for this grant request. Agenda item 19B is the Coalition for the Poudre River Watershed's Lower Cache La Poudre Priority Reach Design Project, and they have requested $142,740.50. This is a stream restoration project born out of the Lower Poudre River Flood Recovery and Resilience Master Plan. Last year, CPRW completed a 3% design for one of the priority reaches in this plan and a 60% design for the upstream half of that reach. And with this grant, CPRW hopes to complete a 60% design for the entirety of that reach and also complete a 30% design for another priority reach within the plan. The overall approach in these reaches seeks to restore natural systems, increasing native vegetation, connecting the river to its floodplain, and allowing the river to perform natural geomorphic processes to improve river health, resiliency, and function, and staff recommends full funding for this grant request. Should I pause for questions?
Are there any questions on A or B? Okay. Scott,
Sorry, I
Go
couldn't
ahead.
hear you. Is it okay if I ask a question?
yeah, go ahead, Director Scott.
Thank you, Director Felt. Andrea, this is kind of just a general question, and it comes up here in the sense that in the application, the applicants mark measurable results. And one of the items marked is length of stream restored or protected. And, you know, so for a project that's really in the planning stage and not really on the ground yet, how is that, how do you work that in when you're actually, you know, going on and actually doing results then? It seems like it could lead to double accounting of some of the stream miles restored.
Yeah, I think that's why some of us project managers don't really like using that metric, but and it's kind of subjective based on the applicant and how they choose to measure that. So that's why I haven't mentioned that in my presentations today.
Okay. Yeah, it might be good to put a planning one right there rather than a stream length, but thank you.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. Agenda item 19C is
Hold
Montezuma.
on, Andrew. Andrew,
sorry.
sorry, I didn't have my microphone turned on. We do have another question for you from Director Vasquez. Morning.
Sorry, green light's on now. I have a more global question that may be inappropriate at this phase of the project, but there are plans that have been worked on for many years for a reservoir on the Poudre. My question is whether the planning that's being done for stream restoration in the lower Poudre would be appropriate for that situation, should there actually be a reservoir further up?
I do not know the answer to that question.
That's fair. I don't either. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then any other questions on item B? So Andrew, I think just to be clear, it is good for us to just take a quick pause after each one of these and just see if anybody has a question.
Sure,
So
and
let's
I
keep
will
going.
say regarding 19B, that was there's a robust steering committee for that project that does include the city of Greeley, the town of Windsor, CPRW itself, Northern University, et cetera. So I would imagine that they were taking, you know, future plans for the upper basin into consideration, but that being said, I don't really know. So moving on, agenda item 19C is Montezuma County's non-native phreatophyte removal project. The request is for $295,253, and this is a phreatophyte removal project where Montezuma County seeks to hire 2 additional crew members and cut and mulch Russian olives and salt cedars that are larger than 3 inches in diameter from 500 acres of waterways. This project is helping to move forward the county's long-term phreatophyte removal plan, and the principal project objectives identified in this application are to reduce ditch maintenance and increase water savings. But there are no direct benefits to ecosystem function, improved riparian habitat, or complementing other restoration efforts within the reach mentioned in their application. And so as such, staff recommends partial funding for this project of $125,000.
Any questions on 19C? Okay, let's keep going.
Agenda item 19D is Trout Unlimited Montrose's Middle Colorado Ag Collaborative, and they have requested $375,000. The Middle Colorado Ag Collaborative is a 3-phase project to design and construct identified infrastructure to improve fish passage and upgrade diversions in Elk Creek and Canyon Creek, with the goal of opening these streams to spawning and migrating fish from the Colorado River main stem, while also incorporating infrastructure upgrades to improve agricultural efficiency. The first phase of this project involved acquiring agreements from irrigation diversion structure owners and developing concept designs for identified infrastructure. And this grant is for phase 2 of the project and will allow the Middle Colorado Ag Collaborative to continue to develop 5 owner-approved conceptual design plans into construction plans of sufficient detail to bid to construction firms with the hope of beginning construction later this year. And staff recommends full funding for this grant request.
Okay, any questions on 19D? Okay, seeing none, let's keep going.
Agenda item 19E is Rivers Edge West's Grand Valley River Corridor Initiative River Planning Project. And the request is for $145,414. And the Grand Valley River Corridor Initiative was formed in 2020 due to the fact that decisions regarding land use, riparian habitat, and flow management in the Grand Valley were very siloed within each jurisdiction. And so the initiative is meant to address the need for enhanced coordination, planning, and collaboration on the Colorado and Gunnison River corridor activities within the Grand Valley. So with this grant, the River Corridor Initiative will evaluate riparian and floodplain health metrics, identify conservation and restoration projects, quantify water use flow preferences, and develop a framework among local governments, including the towns of Palisade and Fruita, the city of Grand Junction, and unincorporated areas within Mesa County for interjurisdictional river corridor management and potentially lay the foundation for a river corridor master planning process. And staff recommends full funding for this grant request.
Thank you. Any questions on this one? Great, let's keep going.
Agenda item 19F is Rivers Edge West's Uncompahgre and White River Riparian Restoration Project with the request of $100,503. And Rivers Edge West proposes to restore 19 acres of public and private riparian lands along 2 miles of the White River, Yellow Creek, and Uncompahgre River. And restoration work will be accomplished through the removal of invasive tamarisk, Russian olive, and other noxious weeds from the riparian zone and replacing them with diverse native plant species, which will result in enhanced fish and wildlife habitat, improved water quality, and improved recreational and agricultural river uses. This collaborative project will engage youth conservation corps members, community volunteers, private landowners, local contractors, federal agencies, local governments, and nonprofit groups to enhance riparian zones across land ownership boundaries and improve overall watershed health. And staff recommends full funding for this grant request.
Questions on this one? Okay, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Director Feld. I meant to mention on the last one and especially on this one, I just wanted to make the comment, I appreciate all the funding partners on this, especially like the match on this program. So really hats off to them reaching out to a lot of entities. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, keep going.
Agenda item 19G is the Coalition for the Upper South Platts Lake George Diversion Structural Removal Project with a request of $350,000. In collaboration with the Forest Service, Colorado Springs Utilities, Park County, Trout Unlimited, and area residents, the Coalition for the Upper South Platte aims to remove the Lake George diversion structure, which is a low head diversion structure at the mouth of 11 Mile Canyon near the town of Lake George. And this structure remains one of the only existing barriers to aquatic species passage between 11 Mile Dam and Cheeseman Reservoir, and has significant sediment deposition above and below the structure. Removal of this dam has been identified as a benefit to the watershed ecosystem and the community, and this project will restore the hydrologic and geomorphologic connectivity and function of the channel and improve continuity of approximately 45 river miles of aquatic, wetland, and riparian habitat to benefit both aquatic and terrestrial species. It will provide passage for fish from 11 Mile Reservoir to Cheeseman Reservoir, as well as improve connectivity for an additional 30 river miles between the Upper South Platte River and its tributaries, including Tarryall, Turkey, and Twin Creeks. And staff recommends full funding for this grant request.
Any questions on this one?
I had one.
Yep, go ahead, Director Combs.
So on the movement of this, it says you're moving they plan to move to make an ADA compliant trail and improvement of the parking area and relocation of the bathroom facilities. is that just an upgrade for access when this is? Why is that part of this? Not that I'm opposed, I'm just wondering what is the nexus there?
There is a task in their scope of work that will improve some of those facilities. It does include an ADA compliant trail and parking facilities and upgraded restrooms along the river. So that is part of this project, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's keep going, Andrea.
Agenda item 19H is Fountain Creek Watershed Flood Control and Greenway District's Southmore Drive Channel and Floodplain Restoration Project with a request of $700,000. And this project is focused on designing and constructing a restoration solution for a highly degraded 45-foot high cut bank along Fountain Creek. This erosion is actively undercutting Southmore Drive, resulting in the closure of the road in 2020 and limiting an underserved community's access to retail and services. Further, this bank contributes 55,888 tons of sediment to the Fountain Creek system annually. And as the channel is cut into and eroded the subject bank, the channel has become hydraulically disconnected from the floodplain and overbanks. So this project focuses on designing and implementing a natural channel solution to mitigate the erosion of the subject bank and provide slope stability along this segment of Fountain Creek, and to reconnect the channel and floodplain complex to promote riparian vegetation and stream bank habitat. This area has been identified as a priority area for restoration in 2 watershed studies, and staff recommends full funding for this request.
Okay, any questions on this one?
Things like what's the situation? Do we have hotel? They're just as agenda. I'll send it.
Hey, Lauren, could you mute yourself? Okay. No questions, Andrea, so we can keep going.
All right, agenda item 19I is Bird Conservancy of the Rockies Conejos River Restoration Project with a request of $101,179. The Bird Conservancy of the Rockies will restore a 3.8 mile reach of the Conejos River near the town of Magote, Colorado. This reach exhibits degraded riparian habitat, irrigation infrastructure concerns, and stream bank erosion, and was identified in the Conejos River SMP as a priority project area. With support from 9 other partner organizations, this project will create engineering design solutions.
So my audio is not.
That will work to stabilize stream banks, enhance habitat for riparian dependent species, including the federally endangered southwestern willow flycatcher and the federally threatened yellow-billed cuckoo. The design will diversify channel characteristics for high flow resilience and fish habitat development and enhance in-stream aquatic habitat for fish to support recreation. And staff recommends full funding for this grant request.
Any questions on this one? Okay, keep going.
Agenda item 19J is Colorado Open Lands Riparian Reconnect Riverscape Restoration Project with a request of $351,120. This grant request will provide treatment of 8 high priority stream sites on the Pike National Forest in Park County. Treatments will use low-tech process-based restoration techniques and beaver activity to reconnect stream wetland riverscapes that have become degraded by channelization and incision, restoring natural hydrological function and ecological health. And this application also includes support for a comprehensive monitoring effort to document the hydrological and ecological responses to low-tech process-based restoration treatments. The suite of sites that will be restored were identified through a rigorous suitability analysis for headwater riverscape restoration in Park County, and the prescribed treatments are specifically selected to mimic, promote, and sustain those processes to restore the dynamic watershed and stream characteristics that reflect those in minimally impacted streams. And staff recommends full funding for this grant request.
Okay. Any questions on this one? Okay. Before you go on to K, it just occurred to me that I might want to provide a clarification since that you see the phrase Chaffee County a couple times there on our agenda. So I am a Chaffey County Commissioner. This is happening in my jurisdiction. I'm not directly involved in the Chaffey County Community Foundation, although certainly intersect with them frequently. And I do believe that the commission did provide a letter of support for this project because it just seemed like a beneficial project within our county boundaries, but it takes place on Forest Service lands, I believe. So I guess that's a disclosure, but I don't have any direct connection to the project. So go ahead, Andrea.
Agenda item 19K. This is the last of the watershed health and recreation category. This is Chaffey County Community Foundation's Chaffey County 4 Mile Creek Multi-Benefit Restoration Project with a request of $114,610. And this project is focused on treatment, monitoring, and adaptive management of a 0.7 mile and 14.2 acre reach of 4 Mile Creek to serve as a pilot project to demonstrate low-tech restoration of degraded stream wetland beaver complexes to reestablish natural ecological processes that deliver multiple benefits. And by restoring 4 Mile Creek to a naturally functioning system through extensive and targeted willow plantings and installation of beaver dam analog structures, this project aims to mitigate high rates of sediment influx into the system, improve water degradation in the system, and improve floodplain connectivity and encourage sustained beaver activity. Upon completion, this project will be monitored to report on the effectiveness of this restoration strategy and to document hydrological changes to groundwater levels and stream flow. And the resulting data will inform the effectiveness of restoration on 4 Mile Creek while simultaneously providing a model with documented benefits that can be applied at landscape scale across the state. And staff recommends full funding for this grant request.
Okay, any questions on this one? All right. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
So now we're moving on to conservation and land use planning applications.
Oh, all right, thanks. Good morning, board. Kevin Reedy, CWC staff for the record. Conservation and land use. We had a banner round this time, about almost $2.5 million in requests. It was a really competitive round, which I'm really happy about. So really great projects for the most part. And we had to push out a couple for next time, but we've got some good ones here for you. And I'll start off with 19L, Western Resource Advocates, reducing non-functional turf grass and new development through smart land use planning. Grant request for $125,642. And this and a number of other things, they kind of fit into this, what I'm calling like a kind of a, ecosystem of land use and water and outdoor demand reduction. They all kind of touch on these things, and they apply pressure different levers for this stuff. And so what Western Resource Advocates is going to do is they're going to do a lot of engagement, education, resource development, and water-wise landscaping standards. They're going to do some direct community assistance for water-wise landscaping code adoption. And then another part of this grant application, it goes into connection fees or TAP fees for system development charges, which can have a direct influence on outdoor demand as well. So they're going to be updating some resources they created a number of years ago with new case studies and new features on who's doing what with conservation-oriented system development charges, and then also doing a couple of workshops and some education outreach in those too. It's been a few years since they did that, and I think it's a good. We've got some new examples to show, but these things all kind of work together for working on outdoor water demand. And there's about 4 communities that have already expressed interest in looking at that and really redoing their codes or creating new landscape codes that have turf limits. Longmont, Broomfield, Alamosa, and Lakewood are 4 of the 2 to 3 communities they want to try to hit with this. And also this really definitely ties in with our turf replacement program, because we don't want to be giving out money for replacing turf that we probably shouldn't have put in 20 years ago anyway, right? So we want to try to head that off with new codes and development, so we don't have as much turf to replace down the road or any at all. So it's much cheaper to do it on the front end, obviously. like I said, $125,462. And I've got John Berggren from WRA. He wanted to say a quick thing. I told him he had 30 seconds and I recommended that he do it in the form of a limerick for two, but I'm not sure if we're going to get that or not. So we'll see. John, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks, Kevin, and thanks to the board for consideration of this grant. And at Kevin's request, this is my best go. There once was a resource that was quite finite on this earth, making it essential that its use match its true worth. The CWCB agrees, and through ordinances, codes, and tap fees, the state is trying to find ways to reduce non-functional turf. So with that, thank you very much to the board for consideration. We really appreciate it.
Nice. All right. Thanks, John. Any questions on that?
I was wondering how he was going to do a limerick about turf and not use the word Schmurf. Excellent.
Excellent.
Any questions on this one? Okay,
Okay.
let's keep going.
Great. Okay, item 19M. I'm sorry, that was like we went out of the gate really fast on that one. So I don't have anything else after that. So 19M, Water Now Alliance, or under the applicant, it's Multiplier, it's their fiscal agent, but advancing high impact water efficiency solutions in Colorado communities. We've worked with these folks before and done some similar grants in the past. And as I reported out last time, they've really had a big impact pulling in federal funding and getting projects off the ground with their project accelerator. But what they're going to do is they work with at least 4 local communities and do a project accelerator. And it's a wide gamut of projects they can do. It's mostly conservation oriented stuff though. And one of our other later grants actually is a recipient of this project accelerator grant. So I'll get to that on a few applications, as well as another part of that too. But they help local communities spin up projects through their accelerator program. I think it's 250 hours per project of technical assistance. The second part of this grant application is helping folks apply to the Water Smart program from Bureau of Reclamation. They're trying to hit 15 to 20 communities to pull in federal funding. And again, that's another part of this other grant program that I'm going to be talking about in a little bit. They're also a recipient of that assistance as well, but they've leveraged a ton of money. I think they've brought in about $6 million in federal funding from the Water Smart grant program and leveraged over $20 million in this. And that's from so far what we've put into it about maybe $300,000 over about 4 or 5 years. So I think that's a pretty good deal from our take on it. They're really looking at the bipartisan infrastructure law and also the Inflation Reduction Act as well, trying to help people navigate those waters. We did talk about how our own capacity grant might be kind of crossing over a little bit, but it didn't seem like it was. And then the third part of this application is really interesting, really intrigues me. They want to look at the state revolving fund and see where they can get folks to be doing more of these conservation projects out of that fund. We've really not had that nexus before. And, I think I can see a real connection with our water loss work, when communities, basically, if they prioritize something that's going to cost a lot of money, then maybe the SRF would be a good place to go. So they're going to do some research into that and see how we can kind of bring in this urban water conservation more into that fund. And other states, have really funded a lot of their water loss work through their SRF, the state revolving funds. We haven't really done that here yet. So kind of interesting to see what we can find there. Their grant request is for $184,720, 50% match. And I think that's it. We don't have anybody on the line for this one. And that's all I have for that one.
Okay, any questions on this one?
Okay.
All right.
Keep rolling.
Yeah.
All right. So 19N, this is Alliance for Water Efficiency, understanding water use in mobile homes across Colorado. Alliance for Water Efficiency is a national nonprofit for water efficiency. They're based out of Chicago now. They had started in California years ago. But I work quite a bit with them. They've got a local representative who actually used to work for Fort Collins Utilities. And so it's great to have somebody local here. But she's proposing to improve the understanding of water use in mobile home parks. and identify barriers and opportunities to targeting this segment of Colorado communities. $225,188 with a 28% match. And what they want to do is go in and look at these communities. They've got several lined up in Colorado Springs, City of Thornton, and Fountain, town of City of Fountain. And they want to look at this and go in and do some pretty comprehensive work, looking at understanding the water use in these mobile home parks to support this customer segment. They want to go in and do actual retrofits and repairs to 3 mobile home communities, improving awareness of water-wise practices, and by providing education about water efficiency in these mobile home communities. And really what they're seeing here is really kind of an equity issue as well, lower income, maybe non-English speaking folks that are living in mobile home parks. Looking at researching options for the cost of submetering these places, seeing what they can do. It sounds like Colorado Springs has done a preliminary work with one of their mobile home parks, and they had a really pretty good return on how much water they're saving and how much they cost them to do that work. And I've had experience with mobile home parks in the past when I was at the city utility, where there was no real protection on their billing practices and how much they were being charged for water. It was kind of a wholesale kind of deal where there was no real state laws or anything else that protected them from being upcharged for more than the actual city was giving water to the mobile home park owner. And then he was able to kind of pass a more of a surcharge on it. It was really pretty unfair, but there was nothing in the statutes that said anything about that. That was a while back. So they want to look at this, how this looks across the state, and see what kind of impact they can have with a project like this. So, and I can't remember if I said how much that was. Yeah, $225,188.
Questions on that one? Okay, keep going.
All right, rolling along. 19O, CU Boulder, modeling and analysis of the effects of centralized rainwater harvesting on stream flow. $173,326, 25% match. It's a study. And it's a pretty interesting concept. They want to go through, we've done a lot of work with this with Director Ryan's office, and looking at, Sterling Ranch is the first pilot project for quantifying rainwater harvesting in the state. And we've created the methodology for doing regional factors as well. And my question to the applicant was like, hey, how much is this overlapping? Are we redoing something we don't have to do? And talking to the folks from Sterling Ranch as well, they were pretty confident that there might be a little bit of overlap, but it really adds more data to the knowledge, the state of the knowledge of what we have for rainwater harvesting. And they want to do kind of 3 different kind of takes on it. They want to look at the stream flow change from undeveloped watersheds to traditionally developed watersheds. So they've got a couple of places out by like Rocky Flats, and also in, I think, Stroh Creek out by Parker. So these undeveloped plots of land versus, your typical kind of suburban or development, and see, what the difference is there. Determines what affects the stream flow change for undeveloped watershed versus developed with centralized rainwater harvesting, which would be looking at Sterling Ranch. And then determining what affects the stream flow change from a traditionally developed watershed to a watershed with centralized rainwater harvesting. So it's kind of expanding this idea, but across more of the metro area, just to see if they find anything different on that. And they're working with Leonard Rice engineers on this, because they've been the main folks working on Sterling Ranch. So I think it's in good hands, and they were pretty confident that it wasn't going to duplicate anything and go forward. So I think it's a good addition to the state of knowledge we have on this. So, and it's $173,326.
Questions on this one? Rolling along.
Sweet. All right. So getting to the last 2 here, and these are both here in this basin. And the 19P is the City of Steamboat, Steamboat Springs Smart Irrigation Central Control System. Basically what they want to do is they want to retrofit, put in smart controllers in across about 49 sites across the whole city, to reduce, increase the efficiency of their systems here. And they predict that it could be about almost 12 acre-feet of savings a year on that, about 20% of that. And it's a big project cost. And we were in it for about $300,000 for the grant application. The city's matching with 750,000, the river district's giving 250,000. And they're waiting on the Water Smart grant from Bureau of Reclamation for another 1.3 million. So it's a big chunk. They're going to find out in a couple weeks, probably early next month, I think, from what we heard. But really what it is, it ties in with their water efficiency plan that actually we worked with Kelly on a few years ago. It's one of their main priorities. And also it really ties back in with that Water Now Alliance Project Accelerator, because they worked with City of Steamboat to identify various things. They've got a whole long list of everything, researching BIL and IRA opportunities aligned with the city's highest priorities. There's forest and watershed restoration. There's improving efficiency of parks and irrigation systems, which this one takes on. So it's part of a bigger, kind of a thrust to kind of look at more sustainable water management, I think, in the city of Steamboat. And they've used this other grant to help them get there. So it's kind of a nice thing. That's why I kind of talk about it as kind of an ecosystem. It really, we can kind of leverage these things together. So $300,000 is the grant request, and it will save them quite a bit of water and make it easier for them to manage their water in the city of Steamboat.
Director Brown.
Thank you. I just wondered if you'd like to come up and say anything or any comments. I know you're here. It's hard.
Thank you very much. Craig Robinson. I'm the Parks, Open Space and Trails Manager for the city. And thank you for the consideration. And we look forward to any opportunities moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know Julie Baxter just said she'd like to be here at the City of Steamboat Springs as well, but she's in jury duty. So thanks to Craig and Julie for bringing this forward.
Any questions on this item? Okay.
Okay. Last and not least, 19Q. This is from the Regents of University of California, University of San Diego. It's a soil moisture project here up in the Upper Yampa, enhancing soil moisture observations to support water resource management in the Upper Yampa River Basin. This is $560,400. And really what they want to do is site and install 8 new soil moisture stations. Say that 10 times really fast. And so they're going to work with the Yampa Roundtable stakeholder network and set up user-friendly data dissemination pathways and work with partners to maximize station data utility. And they're working with the Scripps Institute out in UCSD, out in San Diego for this. But really, it's just going to create more data points and more soil moisture opportunity to see how this affects it. And for me, it's in my category right now, and I can see the nexus between drought planning and local jurisdictions and municipal providers, to see to be able to predict a little bit better with your runoff. But also, there's a lot of other connections here with agriculture and watershed as well. So it's a pretty good project, and they're going to have quite a bit of lot new information and a lot of dissemination, a lot of collaboration across the board on this. And it's kind of similar to one that we approved last time up in the Roaring Fork as well. They do work with that group as well, and kind of cross-pollinate a lot of this information. So $560,400 for the soil moisture observation to support water resource management in the Upper Yampa River Basin.
Director Brown.
Also, Andy Rossi with the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District sends his regrets for not being here. So again, he thanks you all. Oh, he is. Oh, great. Okay. Welcome, Andy.
Hi, thanks. I just want to thank Viola for getting me that Zoom link last minute, and I apologize for not being there in person. But I just want to take a few seconds, as I know you are tight for time, and just say that the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District is a huge supporter of this project. It would mean a lot to us in our water resources management. And we thank the board and the staff for the consideration. And I just want to say the staff really spent a lot of time reaching out to all the project partners to vet and make sure we were all on board and comfortable with this. So I thank them for all their efforts and thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Are there any questions? Okay.
And I'll say that was Ashley, who was staff. She reached out and did a great job of reaching out and really running down some details. So great. All right.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
So next up is storage and supply.
Good morning, board. Matt Stearns, CWCB staff. For the record, I'll be presenting on the storage and supply category. But just real quickly, I wanted to say thank you to the new water plan grant staff that we have. We added them in sort of right about the time of the grant applications, and they were just immensely helpful in pulling together information and going out and getting some details. So just really appreciate that. With that, this round, we had $1 million approximately in requests, and that's 4 projects in total. Very happy with the quality of the projects that were submitted on this round. So the first one is the Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District for the Trout Creek Interditch Exchange Project well and pipeline. The purpose of the project is to allow up to 2 CFS of flow in Cottonwood Creek near Buena Vista to be used for augmentation by the district. This is a stretch that does have existing ISF the decrees, and so we've communicated with the ISF team in Streamflow just to make sure that there are no issues. And the project really is to supply water to a downstream senior white water right owner from an alternate source. And it's going to be accomplished by installing 2 new wells and a pipeline to provide Arkansas River alluvial water to the Molt splitter, which is for the Trout Creek Ditch Company. It's just south of Highway 285, just outside of Buena Vista. And the water then can be exchanged back up to Cottonwood Creek by way of an existing decree, which will allow the district to use that flow for augmentation in a challenging reach of the stream. It's currently estimated that the pumps and the pipeline will be able to provide only about 1 CFS of that 2 CFS total. That equates to 360 acre feet of new augmentation supply on the creek in the basin, but that could potentially go up to 714 acre feet. So just wanted to explain that discrepancy between the information that was included in the application. And really, that's going to be based on the real life well capacity after construction. There's always some variability in that, and so they're going to nail that down. I also wanted to point out that the applicant had a statement in their application that referred to the additional supply of the augmentation, helping meet the Colorado Compact requirements. Just with this, we don't agree with that statement. And I do want to confirm that that was not a part of the approval for this one. So we felt that the project stood on its own and should be approved for other reasons. I'll pause for any questions.
Any questions on this one? I have some familiarity with this one, Matt, and I'm wondering if they were meant to say Arkansas River Compact, because it would help with that, I think.
Yeah, I think in general, we're just hesitant to bring up anything about compact compliance because it's a state issue as opposed to an individual water user. Director Ryan could probably provide more background on that if you wanted it.
I just no. Unless you want to.
I could. That doesn't mean I should.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, fair enough. So no questions on this one. All right, Matt, let's keep going then.
All right, great. So the next request was from the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District for the Bolts Lake Reservoir preliminary design. The project is the design and permitting of a new 1,210 acre foot reservoir near Minturn for the benefit of the district, the town of Minturn, and the upper Eagle Regional Water Authority. The interesting thing about this one is that it's at the site of a previous reservoir that never had a water right, and so it was eventually breached by the state. In any event, they're going to be putting in this new reservoir, so this will help them along the path. It's anticipated to have two sources of supply, one from Cross Creek and the other one will be from the Eagle River. But there's still a lot more permitting that has to be done to confirm that Cross Creek supply, just because it is in an area listed as a wilderness area with U.S. Forest Service. Again, this one does have some ISF or in-stream flow implications. We've coordinated with the ISF team to make sure that we're on the same page, and they were in support of it. But that's basically 2 points, and that's that the reservoir will be obtaining a new junior water right that's in water court right now, and we are a party to that case, so we can sort out any issues if there are any. And the other one is that it is surrounded by a Superfund site that's been remediated to a standard. But at this point, there's not a concern for water quality related to the reservoir, particularly heavy metals. But that conversation is going to continue to evolve as the project moves forward. So again, this project will help develop 1,210 acre feet of new storage in the Colorado Basin, and it is for $250,000. Any questions?
Director Vasquez.
Can you enlighten? Could you enlighten me what the Superfund contamination is?
Yeah, my understanding is that it's mill tailings primarily around the area. And so there is a heavier concentration of heavy metals associated with it. Like I said, a lot of that has been remediated under the current Superfund site. And in fact, some of the spoils that will be developed as part of the excavation of this reservoir will help bring the standard for the Superfund site up to a higher level. It'll be for more like a residential use as opposed to an occasional use.
Other questions on this one? Okay.
All right. The next one is the Handy Ditch Company for the Welch expansion feasibility study. This project is feasibility and design work for a 3,065 acre foot enlargement of an existing 7,363 acre foot existing reservoir on the Big Thompson River near Berthoud. This project actually arose from the dam safety work that we're helping to fund that you have approved several times over the past couple of years for the comprehensive dam safety evaluations. And just a reminder of what that is, it's really an effort to determine which high hazard reservoirs in the state have a physical capacity for enlargement, which then can be considered low hanging fruit for potential new storage. So that looks at the structural reservoir, the dam capacity, the spillway capacity, and sees where there might be simple improvements that could have a big bang for the buck in terms of storage for cost. So this reservoir was identified in that process, and so the ditch company is continuing to further their information as to whether or not it's a potential for enlargement based on water rights and structural improvements, et cetera. So with this, it'll help to create 3,065, or I should say up to 3,065 acre feet of new storage in the South Platte Basin. And the grant amount is $210,525. Any questions?
Questions on this one? No? Okay.
All right, and the final one is for the South Metro Water Supply Authority for the South Platte Regional Opportunities Work Group Outreach Phase Project Management. This project is really to conduct outreach among stakeholders in the South Platte Basin and to build a coalition that is willing to pursue and invest in the SPROG, that South Platte Regional Opportunities Work Group. concept. Through the outreach effort, the concept will be refined into a vision for future development steps for the Sprague concept, and that'll include education of potential Sprague participants, collaboration to understand specific water needs, and also to inform longer-term strategies for Sprague implementation. Again, this is sort of a grassroots effort from several different participants to try and drive that conversation about regional opportunities for working together forward. And so we're very supportive of this. Again, we're looking at a funding amount of $120,407.50.
Questions on this one? Yeah.
That's it.
All right. Thank you, Matt.
I'll hand it over to Ashley Garrison. Thank you.
Hello, Ashley Garrison, CWCB staff. Very exciting. Okay, I'm kind of pinch hitting here for Nora while she's out, so this will be fun. We got the last 4 applications. So this is the water storage and supply in the water sharing category. 19V is application from American Whitewater. The project is quantifying recreational impacts and identifying enhancement opportunities. So, and I think Todd Doherty from Western Water Partnerships talked a little bit about this project yesterday in the table topic. So the American Whitewater will be applying for this grant to identify stream reaches across the state most likely to be impacted by diminished water supply, climate change, and high stream temperatures and low flows. Once these reaches are identified, the American Whitewater will develop solutions to address current and forecasted needs for those reaches and identify a process for quantifying recreational water needs of the future statewide. This effort will quantify water storage gaps and challenges that may impact Colorado's recreation industry, while also developing complementary opportunities to address impacts from low stream flows on up to 3 recreational locations across the state. The applicant will use this information to develop needs maps and supplement CWCB focus area maps. Furthermore, the applicant intends to utilize these recreational needs data to develop a scoring framework to quantify impacts to recreational resources, and then utilize that framework to prioritize and support collaborative water sharing projects that have direct recreational benefit. Finally, in this initial phase of the project, there will be extensive stakeholder outreach, including the development of a technical advisory group, which they have asked CWCB staff to participate on. The request is for 75% of the total project cost, and staff recommends approval of $183,437.50.
Questions on this one? Okay, let's keep going.
All right, 19W, Little Cimarron River Fish and Flow Bypass Project. This is from the Colorado Water Trust, seeking funding to do a retrofit and update of the Collier Ditch Dam to provide in-stream flow and fish passage on the Little Cimarron River in Saguache County. The updated infrastructure will re-water 1,800 feet of stream through the McKinley ATM while providing for priority irrigation withdrawals on the Collier Ditch. So this project is really to complete the implementation of the McKinley Ditch project, which is a split season ATM for 1,500 acre feet of water. The Collier Ditch lies within the McKinley Ditch project reach, and the diversion infrastructure can't currently bypass the in-stream flow, and so it dewaters the river. The project will install a similar infrastructure to the McKinley Ditch, connecting the dewatered portion of the river and allowing for in-stream flow, fish passage, and full Collier Ditch withdrawals. This is a construction project, and it's 49% of the total project cost. It's got a lot of cool partners. And so we recommend funding of $203,240.
Any questions on this one? Okay.
Next. All right. This will be the last one before Director Boucher gets to step out. So we've got 19X is the Government Highline Canal UL 18 lining project from the Grand Valley Water Users Association. Grand Valley Waters Users Association would like funding to line this section of the Government Highline Canal outside of Grand Junction. By lining this section of canal, up to 764 acre-feet of water will be saved from seepage. The benefit of reducing seepage will be to improve efficiency and conveyance of irrigation water, and increasing the efficiency of conveyance could result in reduced depletion from Green Mountain Reservoir, and this may also benefit the 15-mile reach flows. This is a construction project, so it's a 50-50 cost. Interestingly, the applicant is matching this funding with some leftover Bureau of Reclamation salinity funds. So they're really trying to leverage their federal funding from this. And also the pre-construction work has been completed for this project, including the required NEPA analysis and habitat replacements. And so the initial request was for $800,000, and conversations with the applicant, their match amount had decreased to about $600,000. So we are recommending funding in the amount of $600,000 and a change to the scope of work from 1,600 feet of canal lining to 1,400 feet of canal lining.
Okay, any questions on this one? Right, so we had, I had said we were going to look at items 19A through X.
I think we can hear the presentation on 19Y, and then we'll have discussion separate once the presentation has been given.
Okay.
Is that what you had in mind too, Director Boucher? Okay, I don't think the presentation will change whether or not Director Boucher is in the room. So I assume she would go forward with the presentation.
Okay.
And then we'd break them up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ashley.
All right, 19Y is an application from Trout Unlimited National. The project is Intermountain West Alternative Forages Project, Phase 1. So on behalf of the Intermountain West Alternative Forages Working Group, Trout Unlimited is requesting a grant to support their investigation of less water consumptive forage crops and their agronomic viability in a variety of climates in the upper Colorado River Basin states. So this project will study sandflowing, sunflower, and intermediate wheatgrass at CSU's Grand Valley and Southwest Colorado research stations, and on several on-farm locations that are being determined by the project developers. So demonstration that these crops can sustain ag operations while using less water would present an alternative path to sustained agricultural operations in a drier future. This project will produce data to enable open ET and USDA Cropscape to recognize alternative forage crops and estimate their consumptive use. The request is for 75% of the total project cost, and staff recommends $287,885. This request is $50,000 than their original application, and staff determined that the purchase of a vehicle should not be supported by the grant.
Okay, any questions on this one?
No.
Oh,
Just getting ready. Getting ready.
All right, thank you, Ashley. And then before we go forward, just maybe a last call on questions generally on all 25 of these. Anything come up? Okay, so our intention was to vote on 19A through X as a block, but certainly any director who feels they might want to pull one of those out, now's the time to say so. Otherwise, this effectively is a unanimous vote on all of these. I think, or if you want to vote no on one, you're voting no on all. So that's what I'm talking about. If anybody wants to pull one. No? Okay. Is there a motion to approve 19A through X?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion from Director Vasquez and a second from Director Brody. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Aye.
Uh-oh. Okay, Laura, you're voting in favor? We just had a little lag.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
I'm in favor. Sorry.
Yeah. No problem. Thank you. Thanks for joining in. Okay, so the motion carries. And now we'll ask Director Boucher to exit. All right. Is there a motion to approve item 19Y? Okay, we have a motion by Director Combs and a second by Director Brody. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Oh, we got a thumbs up. Mr. Cloud, thank you. And opposed? All right, the motion carries. And I do want to reiterate what I think it was Kevin said, but just that this took us an hour and 10 minutes, but it took all of you months and just a lot of work that goes into all this analysis, and it's very much appreciated by us and the recipients. So thank you for all of that. We'll now move on to item 20, financial matters, construction fund and severance tax perpetual base fund, financial projections and cash manager report with Kirk Russell.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Kirk Russell. I'm the finance section chief, and the next agenda item number 20 is for information only. It's a routine item, and it displays kind of the high level of money that we are interacting with. And I wanted to welcome the new board members, and some of this is probably going to be complicated for the first board meeting, but it certainly will become a little bit better as you see it routinely over and over again. And it does move on an annual basis and a board meeting basis. And so a lot of the pieces start coming together over the course of the fiscal year. And in particular, I've always admired Director Combs' hairstyle. Matter of fact, you can go to this hairstylist and say, I just want the combs. And it works. You can see it works really well. They do a good job. So the two funds that we work out of for most of the activities at CWCB, with the exception of what you just were presented in the Water Plan Grant Fund, that money comes from Prop DD, sports betting money, which is relatively new to CWCB. We haven't had that money coming in for a while, or until a couple of years ago. And so the ones I'm going to focus on are the construction fund and the severance tax perpetual base fund, and those are both revolving loan funds. The difference is the construction fund is our machine that typically funds a lot of the grants and the operations of CWCB. So it's handled a little bit different than the severance tax perpetual base fund, which is primarily focused on loans, with the exception of we transfer money out of that into the construction fund to do the things that the construction fund does. I know that's overly complicated at this point. Bear with me. Want to talk about the construction fund real quick first. The construction fund has money flowing into it from the revolving loans, the interest and principal earnings that come in throughout the year. It also has federal mineral lease that comes into it. And I'll highlight that on this first sheet. The severance tax perpetual base fund, its two funding sources are loan interest and principal coming in and severance tax. Okay, I'm going to move into the first sheet, which is the construction fund. And by the way, I believe Director Sakata, I hope you received the email of this document, and I had Viola forward as well. So I'm going to move through the construction fund document and kind of explain the outline of how we do this. And so there's the two columns there, projections and current. In essence, projections is when we start the year, we kind of have an idea of how much money is going to come in from principal and interest, and also federal mineral lease, which is a projection that we get quarterly. And it can vary a little bit, but in the federal mineral lease area, it stays fairly consistent. And so if you look down that column of projections, and then the items on the left are broken out as revenue, and then the loans that we get approved by the board, and then the items down at the very bottom are activities related to operations and projects bill related items. And so in essence, the top is revenue coming in and the bottom is reserved or expenses. And so when the board approves a loan, and you'll hear 2 new loans, the next agenda item, I put those in that category of reserved. And keep in mind, money doesn't go out the door until they start to work, and we pay the invoices as they progress. And so money sits in our account for quite a while before it turns into a repayment of a loan. And so again, that projections column, that bottom number, about $60 million, is what I foresee that we will be at the end of the fiscal year of unreserved money available, which includes what's in this current year's projects bill. The column on the right where it says current, those are where we are as we move through this fiscal year. And so theoretically, the bottom 2 numbers will merge into the same number at the July board meeting, because that'll be after the end of our fiscal year. So some highlights on this particular sheet. You can see we start the year, be line number 2. We started the year with about $83 million of unreserved cash, and the money comes in under current. You can see we've got about 16.9 million that has come in from Treasury. We earn money while the money sits in Treasury from the interest earnings before it gets dispersed to our borrowers. And then we also get the principal and interest coming in. So we're sitting at about $17 million of P&I plus the Treasury interest. We also track, and I do have an error on that sheet. It says September projections on line number 4. It's actually December projections. That's that quarterly projection that we get. And so the current projection is 15.4 million. I want to note that March 20th is our next projection, and so we're only a few days away from an update on that number and also the severance tax number that we'll get into on the next page. You see we've done very little loans out of the construction fund, and that's intentional. We had a large amount of cash available in severance tax, and so we decided to whittle that down as time goes along this year. I am proposing that in next board meeting that we've got about 10 million. I try to just estimate of what is the normal board meeting for loan approval requests. So I've got a reserve of about 10 million on line 13. Then you can see down below, I have to include last year's projects bill because of the way the accounting system is set up, just to make sure that we can cover that. And then as you go all the way down to the bottom, line number 19 is this year's projects bill that is in front of the Senate committee. And an update, Director Mitchell indicated that Senator Roberts has that on the agenda for next Thursday, a week from today, to be heard. And it includes about $82 million of appropriation. And I should point out that everything CWCB does, including those water plan grants that you approve, have to be appropriated through the General Assembly. There are a lot of things that are prior appropriation by the General Assembly that we now are distributing in the fashion that they've given us the authority to do. And so you can see at the bottom of the right column, we've got a lot more cash in there than I think that we will end up with at the end of the fiscal year. And I'm going to move to the severance tax and come back and answer any questions. So the second sheet is the severance tax perpetual base fund. And this fund receives severance tax. And if I had my pie chart up, severance tax comes into the state of Colorado and it's divided up into 2 parts. One goes to DOLA, and they use energy impact grant, or that money for energy impact grants. The other half comes to DNR, of which CWCB is part of. CWCB's loan program receives 25% of those proceeds. DNR uses the other 25% of the pie for core activities, and there's a list of them, and it's throughout DNR, not just CWCB. I think we've got about 1.2 million that we utilize for some internal operation type activities out of that quarter. But what you're looking at is that the loan program's quarter of the pie, and you can see we started out at about 74 million of unreserved cash. And again, the projections on the left, our current is on the right, and you can track down same flow. I like to see where we are on the severance tax side. If you've heard me talk before, we watch severance tax year in and year out. Looks like a saw blade. It's going up and down. We've had 2 years ago, it was $0. And then last year, I think it was about 90 million. So I generally project that out at about a $40 million annual number. But it does bounce all over the place. I take great pride in the program because we take that crazy revenue, unpredictable revenue, and we put it into investments of our loan program and get a 2 to 3% return from our borrowers. And so we're able to utilize that fluctuating number and have it a reliable source for not only loans, but also grants. And you can see we've done on line 14 about $50 million worth of loans out of the severance tax perpetual base this year. That's close to average. It might be a little high if I add in the 3 million that has come out of construction fund, and we still have one board meeting left. And we have plenty to cover that for the loans that are coming in. And then the line 16 is a couple board meetings ago, the board or staff recommended and the board approved a transfer of $20 million to the WSRF fund, which is the roundtable funding, and it will be up on the agenda item a couple down to review grants for that program. And so you can see the bottom numbers. We have a lot more cash than I expect by the end of the fiscal year. But again, those two numbers should merge towards the end of the year. So with that, and again, the severance tax projection comes out in a couple days. The projections can bounce all over the place, and I really don't count the money until we close out the books in June. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Director Vasquez. A quick question. You referenced the interest rate that you charge for the loans, 2 to 3%. With what's happening with interest rates, will that stay that low?
We have seen it rise. We tie ourselves to the A-rated bond market, and then we take a % off for agriculture. Well, actually, it's 50% off for agricultural off that number, 70% for low-income municipalities, 80% for middle, and 90% for high-income communities. We have seen that. We saw it rise more so about 6 months ago. It's been fairly stable the last 6 months. We also average it over a 6-month period. And so we try to, again, take some peaks and valleys out of that. But we do adjust that at every board meeting. And so the loans you'll hear today, actually, I believe we left them where they were because it hadn't moved over the last 2 months. So, but it has had a rise.
Other questions for Kirk?
Thank you.
Comprehensive presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, next up is water project loans. We have 2. Item 21A is with the Board of Waterworks at Pueblo for the Southside Diversion Dam. Cole?
All right, good morning. I'm Cole Bedford, for the record, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 21A, water project loan request for the Southside Diversion Dam Improvement Project coming from the Board of Waterworks of Pueblo in Pueblo County. And this is an action item, and this presentation is mostly going to be about this project and this loan. But if you have any questions about the loan program, any programmatic questions, how we do the review, I'm more than happy to answer those questions as well. Some of the big picture items on this. This is in Division 2. The title is the Southside Diversion Dam Improvement Project, and the borrower is the Board of Waterworks of Pueblo. And they're also known as Pueblo Water. Their requested loan amount is $9,847,500, and they're requesting a 20-year term, and the rate they qualify for is 2.25%. In doing this review, I worked with Seth Clayton. He's the Executive Director of Pueblo Water. And we don't have Seth online today, but we do have Alan Ward. He's the Water Resources Division Manager for Pueblo Water. And I think we may also have Scott Burbidge, and Scott is the Transmission, Distribution, and Engineering Manager. And both of them have been really involved in this project up to this point. So some of the background, Pueblo Water's water treatment plant gets its water from Pueblo Reservoir, which is west of the city, as their primary source. But they also maintain a backup system in case of emergency or maintenance shutdowns, so that they can pull water out of the river below the reservoir if necessary. And one of the main components of that backup system is the Southside Diversion Dam that you can see here. And it's a monolithic concrete structure. Its main feature is a 200-foot long weir, and that's the drop in the middle of the photo there. And that's about 10 feet. And this kind of structure is a low head dam, and they're really hazardous to people in the river. They have a circulating current on the downstream side that can pull objects and people down under the surface. And removing low head dams is something that's been on DNR's radar for quite a while. In 2019, we did a inventory of them in the state. And low head dams have been responsible for almost 400 drownings in the country, and several, unfortunately, at the south side here. And so the main component of this project is to remove that dangerous weir geometry. And so the project that they're looking at primarily is to eliminate that weir. But having the contractor and the engineers look at this, they want to take advantage of that opportunity to really improve the whole area here. And so you can see in the picture, the weir in the middle, and then there's an intake structure on the left side of the weir, and then an overflow spillway on the right. And that's all pretty utilitarian infrastructure. It's not particularly aesthetic. And this is actually kind of in town. So Pueblo Water hired SG1, which is a consulting firm out of Edmonton in Canada. And they developed the design that's kind of shown on the right there. And what they're looking to do is keep the main channel going over the weir and then extend the weir downstream. So it's got a slight slope, so someone could safely go over the top of that. And then on the right side, they'll maintain a secondary channel with a series of riffle pools that'll provide for additional passage for both people and fish. And so that just gives you kind of an idea of the overall project they're hoping to do. And then I've got a video that shows a little bit better, Anna, if you don't mind. And so they built a model 1 to 15 scale of what they're hoping to do that shows pretty closely what the end product will look like.
Nice.
There we go.
Can we go visit that?
Yeah, that was up in Edmonton. Yeah. So yeah, this is the less interesting part, the financials. And so the total project cost that they're looking at is $11,715,000. And Pueblo Water has secured about $1 million in partner contributions so far, but they're expecting that number to increase. With the loan amount plus the 1% service fee that we apply to all loans, the total loan that we would provide them is $9,847,500. And any costs above the loan plus the partner contributions, Pueblo Water intends to cash fund. And so for our standard 30-year term, Pueblo Water would qualify for our low income municipal rate, which is 2.5% for this round. But they've requested a 20-year term. And so we allow a 0.25% reduction for that 10-year reduction in our term. So the final rate that they qualify is 2.25%. The financial ratios indicate that they're a strong borrower, and the collateral will consist of a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant. And our recommendation on this one includes a little bit different collateral. And Pueblo Water has an existing bond debt of about $21 million. And we're recommending that this loan be subordinated to the obligations associated with that bond. And so ordinarily, we require parity or seniority to existing debts. In this case, for a couple of reasons, we don't think it's an undue risk to accept a subordinated position to that debt. And there's a couple of reasons for that. The first reason we're making that recommendation is that if we insisted on taking the senior position, we could do that. It adds some costs to their project and it undercuts some of the value we're bringing to the project. The simplicity of our program means some cost savings for them. And the value we have over bonding is that simplicity and cost savings. The second is that Pueblo Water is a very strong borrower, even relative to the strong borrowers that we see in our regular portfolio. And water delivery fees are just a very reliable stream of revenue to repay loans. And then lastly, those existing bonds will mature and be paid off in 2029. So we're only looking at being in that junior position for about 5 years. So after that 2029 period, then we will have the senior position and there will be no obligations in front of us. And so last here is the staff recommendation that summarizes all of that, plus the one condition. And as I mentioned, we have Alan and potentially Scott online to add a couple of words. Oh, just Alan? Okay.
Great. Thank you, Cole. Alan Ward, would you like to chime in here?
Yes, can you see and hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, great. Yeah, so I'm Alan Ward. I'm the Division Manager of Water Resources for Pueblo Water. Been in this position for quite a while, been with the utility for over 25 years. Just say we greatly appreciate CWCB's support for this project. The Arkansas River is, in my opinion, and I'm a little biased, but I think it's the greatest amenity in the community of Pueblo. And this gives us an opportunity to just add and further develop that amenity. We already have a section of gold medal fishing on the Arkansas River in Pueblo. We have an existing whitewater park, and I think this just fits in really well to what we're doing in Pueblo to highlight our river as it flows through town.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any questions for him? Maybe one thing I would add, just as I'm actually a licensed outfitter down on that section of the river. When the flows are up, it's an excellent float fishing trip, except for this dam. And it is a really difficult portage around it. And so this project may actually change some of that aspect of recreation along the river too, and sort of expand what's available. All right. Are there any questions for Cole? All right. Well, seeing none, I'd ask for a motion of approval on this one.
I would move to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, motion by Director Brody, or sorry, Brown.
Brown.
Little. Yeah, my mind blank. And a second by Director Boucher. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye.
Thank you very much.
And all opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Cole. Next up, we have the Colorado City Metropolitan District Lake Beckwith Dam modifications.
Yes, I really hate going after Cole. He's always got the cool videos. So yes, my name is Joshua Godwin. I am CWCB staff. This is agenda item 21B. Colorado, basically, 21B, the water project loan request for the Lake Beckwith Dam modifications from Colorado City Metropolitan District in Pueblo County. There we go. This project is in the Arkansas Basin, southwest of Pueblo, within the community of Colorado City, and the Metro District operates Lake Beckwith, a 133 acre-foot reservoir, as their sole storage for the community. And the loan amount is, I'll pause there. For someone with a stutter, when I grew up, this numbers a nightmare to read. So
if I mess up, it's $3,333,000. And the terms are 30 years at a interest rate of 2%. And my contact in preparing the board memo was James Ecker. He's the manager of the Metro District and former mayor of Walsenburg. So here's the project location. It's the Lake Beckwith Reservoir, previously known as Hayden Reservoir, was built in 1912. Since October of 2021, the reservoir has been under a storage restriction and compliance plan to address the cracking and settling that has been seen over the past couple of decades. The compliance plan also includes improvements to the reservoir's emergency drawdown infrastructure, and investigation and correction of possible internal erosion, and the development of a monitoring plan. In addition to the dam's rehab, the Colorado City also wishes to take this opportunity to improve upon, prepare the reservoir for future expansion by widening the crest. Here are the project financials. The project cost is $3,300,000. The loan amount with the service fee will be $3,333,000 at a 2% interest rate. Typically for a low income municipality, it is a 2.5 right now, but with the storage restriction, we also take off 0.5%. So that is why they're at 2%. The financial ratios indicate that they are an average borrower. You may see in your memo that there's a weak rating for the debt per tap ratio after the loan. We feel pretty confident that that's not going to be a controlling factor here. And they also, if the current population continues the steady growth it is, in about 8 years, they would have moved the ratio to an average anyway. And also, the district is prepared to raise rates if financially necessary, and has room to do so to keep the average monthly water bill below being a weak rating. And so the collateral is a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant, as evidenced by an annual financial reporting per policy 5. And then this is a staff recommendation. And I do believe is Jim on?
Yes, I can see him.
Okay, great. And then I believe it's Jim, and then answer any questions you have after that.
Okay. Jim, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, thank you for your time and attention on this matter. This issue has been an ongoing issue since about 2009. Me and my financial director have came to the district in 2018, and since then we've made strides to make improvements and put the district back on its financial status. And we're at that point now that we feel that, hey, it's time we need to do something, because right now we're losing. If we don't do anything within the year, it's going to cause us to lose another 2.5 acre feet, which is an average of about 70 acre feet. But also with this, we're looking at other funding to take it up, to rise the lake another 10 foot, which would give us another 1,017 acre feet of water with our growing population. Right now, we're averaging anywhere from 25 to 30 houses a year. And with the whole Front Range the way it's being, it isn't going to be too far down the line here that we're going to have one big city all the way from border to border. So we're trying to make them steps to look to the future. And we appreciate your support for this program.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the board on this proposal? Okay, is there a motion to approve the staff recommendation? Okay, we have a motion from Director Boucher and a second from Director Brown. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you all.
You bet. Okay, it's 11:52, time for lunch. And so we'll take a break till 12:45, and we'll see you then.
Recording Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. We will start with agenda item 22. And I believe that's a virtual presentation. Is that correct? Excellent. What's that? Okay. Well, hello again. Can you hear us?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Hi,
Yep.
I'm talking to you.
Okay. So
All right,
this,
we're ready when you are. Yep.
Andrea Harbin Monahan, CWCB staff. For the record, this is agenda item 22, revisions to easement guidelines for the South Platte Downstream Channel Improvement Project. And this is regarding the Chatfield Downstream Channel Improvement Project, which is a flood control project that was constructed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in the 80s. And it consisted of improvements to the South Platte River channel to provide drainage and flood control and water flow. And the CWCB was tapped to be the non-federal sponsor of the project. And as part of our participation in this project, the CWCB owns and controls approximately 7 miles of the South Platte River floodplain and channel lands within Arapahoe County, and we are responsible for the operation and maintenance of this flood protection project. So as the landowner, the CWCB routinely receives requests for easements within the project area, and such requests are guided by a document called the Easement Guidelines for the Chatfield Downstream Channel Improvement Project. Currently, the guidance stated within the guidelines is that the CWCB will not approve easement requests for permanent structures. In certain situations, however, the CWCB may want to or may be willing to grant an easement for a permanent structure. For example, when requests are for land that is within the CWCB ownership, but outside of the regulatory floodplain, we may want the leeway to grant that easement. So guideline consideration number 10 currently states, quote, the CWCB will not approve easement requests for permanent structures such as buildings, storage facilities, or decks, end quote. And the staff recommendation is that we revise this guideline to read, quote, the CWCB will typically not approve easement requests for permanent structures such as buildings, storage facilities, or decks. However, it will consider such requests on a case-by-case basis, end quote. So that is our staff recommendation, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Do you have the staff recommendation you could put on the screen? No.
I don't. It's in the board memo.
I don't have. Yep, that's okay. I just had my computer closed. It's okay. Just wanted to make sure. Are there any questions? Any questions? Anything online? Okay, so we have staff recommendation. I'd love to read it into the record, but I don't have it in front of me.
Would you like me to read it again?
Yes, that would be excellent.
So staff recommends the guideline to read, quote, the CWCB will typically not approve easement requests for permanent structures such as buildings, storage facilities, or decks. However, it will consider such requests on a case-by-case basis, end quote.
Perfect. Thank you so much for doing that. Director Brody?
I would like to move that we approve the staff recommendation of proposed changes to the easement guidelines for the South Platte Downstream Channel Improvement Project.
A second.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. We have a motion and a second for staff recommendation on agenda item 22. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, may I mention one thing?
Please.
This is non-substantive, but the proposed revisions to the guidelines also have a footnote coming down from the date November 2001, just to indicate that a revision to guideline consideration number 10 was revised in March 2023.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good point. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed to the motion, please indicate by saying nay. The motion carries. Thank you. And agenda item 23. It sounds like we have a couple of people here with us as well. Do you want to take public comment first, Andrea, or would you like to do your presentation first?
I will do my presentation first, and then we'll take public comment if that's okay.
Yep, that's great. Thank you.
All right, this is agenda item 23 for the Dish Network easement. This is also regarding the Chatfield Downstream Channel Improvement Project. And as I stated in agenda item 22, CWCB staff routinely receives requests for easements within this project area. And one such request has come from Dish Network, which is located at 5701 South Santa Fe Drive on land that is directly adjacent to CWCB owned land. The proposed improvements covered by this easement agreement include back payment for a concrete plaza that was constructed in the 80s and that encroaches on CWCB owned land, minor improvements on that concrete plaza, landscaping, a split rail fence that extends along the riverside of the plaza, and a Falcon 9 rocket booster exhibit along with related infrastructure consisting of 2 support columns, light poles, retaining walls, a wrought iron fence and gate, concrete pad, and concrete sidewalk. And here I have a map that roughly shows the improvements. It should have the Chatfield Downstream Channel Improvement Project highlighted in yellow, but it looks like that didn't show up. But this hatched area is the floodway. This orange area is the concrete plaza. The blue area is landscaping. The purple line is the split rail fence, the rough location of the split rail fence. And this green area is where the Falcon 9 rocket booster exhibit will be. Dish has received all necessary permissions for every element of this easement agreement, except for the Falcon 9 rocket booster exhibit and related infrastructure. And the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has determined that those proposed improvements will not impact the flood capacity of the South Platte River Channel. Regarding the Falcon 9 rocket booster and related infrastructure, this exhibit will span Littles Creek, which is a tributary to the South Platte River, which is shown here on the south side of the Dish building. And it will be situated on 3 fixed columns, 2 of which will be situated within the CWCB right-of-way. And Dish is currently working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to obtain a Section 408 permit for those columns. The third column, while it is situated outside of CWCB land ownership, it does have minor impacts to the floodway of Littles Creek. And as such, staff has required Dish to obtain a conditional letter of map revision from FEMA to be in compliance with the basic requirements of the National Flood Insurance Program. And they are currently working with FEMA to obtain that CLOMR. So with that, I will briefly turn it over to a representative from Dish, Brian Morrow. I believe he is in person in Steamboat for his presentation.
Thank you, he is.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Brian, if you would state your name for the record, please.
Yes, Brian Morrow, Director of Facilities for Dish Network. One second, let me pull this up. All right, slide one. So good afternoon. First off, thank you to the board for your time today. And special thanks to Kevin, Lauren, Andrea, Jen from the CWCB for their partnership and support on this easement agreement. Again, my name is Brian Morrow, Director of Facilities for Dish. Also in attendance is Candy Ergen, co-founder, and Doug Bear, Vice President and Associate General Counsel. On the call is Brian Stevens-Hotop with Calibra Engineering, Monique Wara with ER Resources, and Bobby Christian from Christian Associates Construction to help with any QA. Next slide. We have been presented with an incredible opportunity to bring a one-of-a-kind experience to the state of Colorado. A strategic partner for Dish, SpaceX, has generously donated a Falcon 9 rocket booster, Booster 1021. The founders of Dish are hoping to share this experience with the public, placing the booster on display at our wireless headquarters in Littleton, Colorado, with access from both the Mary Carter Greenway Trail and Littles Creek Trail. Booster 1021's first mission in April of 16 was SpaceX's 8th commercial resupply mission to the International Space Station. Its second mission in March of 17 launched SES-10, a geostationary communication satellite, making the first time in aerospace history that an orbital class first stage was successfully reused. Booster 1021 was retired after its second flight and has served as the model for all future Falcon 9 launches. Over the last 6 months, Dish has partnered with several local, state, and federal entities to realize our vision for this exhibit, adhering to all rules, regulations, ordinances, policies, ensuring no impact to waterways or environmental factors. These governmental entities include the City of Littleton, Colorado Water Conservation Board, Mile High Flood District, South Suburban Parks and Recreation, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA, and various departments from the state of Colorado. Next slide. The images on the screen include the Falcon 9 booster currently on display at Space Center Houston and a rendering of Dish's proposed exhibit. All images showing the overall scale of the booster and rendering highlighting the exhibit's location in relation to the existing public pathways in Littleton. As part of the USACE 408 process, specifically Executive Order 11988 on floodplain management, Regulation 1165-2-26, Section 8, an alternative analysis was required to determine if there were any feasible alternatives to the chosen location that would further avoid or minimize impacts to the floodplain. The alternative location evaluated was directly to the east of the proposed exhibit, adjacent to US Highway 85, and inaccessible to the community via existing public pathways. Disadvantages of this non-floodplain location included potential negative impacts to motor vehicle traffic along US 85 due to distractions, and unsafe pedestrian traffic attempting to view the display from US 85. Additionally, this alternative location would pose a negative impact on CDOT's Santa Fe Corridor project, the goal of which is to address transportation system critical issues, community and environmental concerns, improve operational performance, safety issues, and multimodal connectivity to US 85 at the Bowles Avenue interchange. Next slide. The remainder of the presentation will speak directly to the exhibit's impact on floodplains and other environmental factors as recommended by our partners at the CWCB. As designed, the booster exhibit will have no impact to the design flow floodplain in the South Platte River Chatfield downstream channel. There will be minimal change to Littles Creek 100-year floodplain, this minimal change resulting in no impact to nearby structures. Next slide. This slide provides further explanation of the minimal impacts to Littles Creek 100-year floodplain as a result of the proposed SpaceX Falcon 9 booster exhibit. The maximum rise in water surface elevation will be 0.76 feet, impacting only a small portion of CWCB property, highlighted in yellow on the slide's image, as the concrete retaining walls on either side of the channel contain the floodplain's expansion. Next slide. Working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on the project's 408 submission, our team completed 8 unique model simulations to confirm the proposed booster exhibits no impact to floodplains. Scenarios included existing and proposed conditions for Littles Creek, both 100 and 500-year models of the South Platte River, low and high stages, and 10-year and 2-foot freeboards. All of the scenarios can be summarized as showing that the SPR stage does not impact Littles Creek floodplain 100-year or 500-year at the location of the rocket column and existing as well as proposed locations. The SPR floodplain will not be negatively impacted in the 100-year event by the proposed rocket column, as the proposed Littles Creek floodplain ties back into the existing floodplain upstream to the confluence. Next slide. Accommodating ADA pedestrian access to the booster exhibit, there will be grading south of the Littles Creek retaining wall. This grading will have no negative impact on the South Platte River floodplain, as the cross-sectional area within the South Platte River is increased with the proposed configuration. Next slide. As planned, the booster exhibit will have no impacts to wetlands, any federally listed threatened or endangered species, or known historic resources. While there will be a temporary impact to Littles Creek from construction of the northernmost support pier, once construction is complete, there will be no permanent impact on Littles Creek open water areas. Next slide. Thank you again for your time this afternoon and the board's consideration of DISH's proposed SpaceX Falcon 9 booster exhibit in Littleton, Colorado, an effort aligned with the company's vision to change the way the world communicates and mission to connect people and things. And now I'd like to hand it over to Mrs. Ergen for a few closing remarks.
Before you step off, let's just make sure, are there any specific questions for Brian? Anything online? No? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Candy Ergen. I'm a co-founder of Dish Network, and I'm a senior advisor to the chairman and the board of directors, and I serve on the board of directors. The only thing I could possibly add to the well-constructed stuff that you've already seen and read is how important this is for you to understand that we have been offered this opportunity, and we are only the second and probably the last booster exhibit in the United States. And the fact that SpaceX has given us this booster to provide this opportunity for both Littleton. Littleton is very much in favor of this for the community as well as the state of Colorado. We think it's an opportunity that is unlikely to ever present itself again. One of the things that I learned in the process of all of this is that the team that builds the rocket in Littleton, it comes on a truck, and they take 5 days to construct the booster itself. And they're the same team that launches the rockets from the Cape for the space station and satellite launches. So we have been told what to think about the delivery of the rocket, because it's not in our job description to help them understand what we need. They're telling us. So we expect it to be soon. We've proceeded to construct all the things and do the things that we can do without the final approval from you all. But if you have any questions that I can answer, I'm delighted to do so.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Ms. Ergen? Anything online? Well, thank you for your cooperation with our staff. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much for your time and for your energy on our behalf. We appreciate it.
Okay, we have staff recommendation in front of us. Any questions for staff?
Can I insert some remarks?
Sure.
Before I give the staff recommendation, I would just like to briefly note that since we submitted our board packet, staff and council did notice a discrepancy with the exhibits and the EA. So we're working to reconcile that discrepancy, adjust the exhibit and the EA accordingly. And we would just ask for the ability to do that before we execute the easement agreement. Nothing materially will change. I think it's just the square footage is slightly less than what the board packet states, and the associated fee is slightly less in accordance with that. So given that the staff recommends that the board approve the easement agreement for DISH dependent on the 408 certification of the project by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and issuance of a CLOMR by FEMA, and we recommend that the EA would be signed once these two authorizations are received.
Thank you. Would you like staff recommendation to note those edits?
I believe, oh, the edits to the exhibits. Yes, yeah, that would be great. I would also like to say something. Okay, that's okay. Absolutely. Thank you. DPA, Department of Personnel and Administration, also is a signatory to the easement agreement, and they have reviewed the document. In the last 2 months or so, we've been working on some revisions. They are relatively straightforward, and I don't anticipate that DPA will have any issue with these revisions, but I have not heard back from DPA to say that they've approved them. I did anticipate I would hear by now. So if the board approves, it'll be contingent. We won't ask Director Gibbs to sign until we hear from the Corps, until we have the CLOMR from FEMA, and we have approval of these revisions from DPA, and we are working with the DISH folks on these exhibits, but that really shouldn't be a problem. We've been working with them, and we have an understanding as to what needs to be revised. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Vasquez.
Is there a fixed date for delivery for your installation?
It's not fixed because of no, it's not completely fixed because these people are the launch team as well, but we anticipate mid-July.
Yes, mid-July.
Mid to end of July. And we met with SpaceX last night in Washington, D.C., and they said that they are on track and that they would be, their CEO will be pushing for it because she thought it had already happened.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to understand what the time urgency was for the CWCB.
Yes. I think the biggest thing for us is that we're trying to pull all the pieces together, and we need to know where we stand with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Brody.
First of all, I want to thank CWCB staff and the Attorney General's office staff as well for your good and creative work, and also for your patience with this process. This seems like a really exciting opportunity, and I hope you'll keep us updated when it's here, when they're ready to install it.
I was just going to say that we will have a groundbreaking. We will have everybody. We will invite everybody. We are so grateful for everybody's support because it is such a neat opportunity. We'll do something public. I don't know exactly what yet, but that will be down the road.
All right.
We're going to do a groundbreaking and do the shovel and the whole thing. I think.
Well, with that, I am pleased to move approval of staff recommendation on agenda item 23, which includes minor modifications to the proposed easement exhibit and associated changes to the fee and non-substantive changes that might be necessary for other state agencies.
Thank you. Director Boucher, second. Is there any discussion? Yes, sir. Director Combs. Combs.
I just never in my life thought I'd get to vote on a rocket, so thank you.
You say that former director did tell me, just think of him that he can't use combs. And it's still not so.
I have no use.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second on the table for agenda item 21. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. And the motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Chair, do you mind if I just say something real quickly? Sure. Kelly Romero-Heaney, Assistant Director for Water, sitting in for Director Gibbs. And I just wanted to say thank you to staff
As Director Brody noted, I mean, you really worked creatively on this project. And so Director Gibbs and the governor appreciates your hard work on that. We also really appreciate this is Ergen coming in, and Brian all the way up here to Steamboat to present to us, and really working closely with our staff to navigate our floodplain requirements. And I will say, on a personal note, as somebody that grew up in Littleton, Colorado, whose grandfather was an aerospace engineer that also lived in Littleton, Colorado, whose cousin was the astronaut Scott Carpenter, who grew up in Colorado. This is a big deal to have in our community. And so I really appreciate DISH, bringing this forth. And we're excited to see the end result. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Can I just say one more thing? We are so grateful for everybody trying to help us figure this out, because when they originally said, you can have this rocket, we said, where are we going to put 156 feet of rocket? And so we've really been blessed to have everybody help, and we're enormously grateful. Thank you.
We're not quite done with comments yet, Director Vasquez.
I just want to say I am currently sitting on the Transportation Commission, as well as a newly appointed board member here on CWCB. I had no idea I was going to be listening to the intersection of CDOT and CWCB in my first meeting.
Okay, well, thank you again. Thank you for traveling here. I hope you have safe travels on your journey home.
Thank you.
Moving along to agenda item 24, Water Supply Reserve Fund applications. We will do Ben Wade virtually.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh,
okay?
I see him. He looks ready.
All right.
Yes. Oh, excuse me. One moment, Ben, before you get
Sure.
started. Director Combs.
Well done. I just need to give notice on agenda item 24I. that I'll probably recuse myself from that one when it gets there, so if we need to separate it. I'm way too excited about snowpack and radar estimations to stay neutral. So we may have to pull that one out and handle it different.
Okay, thank you. I will note that. If we could, are there any other disclosures? Okay, when it's time to vote in block, we will pull that one out. Thank you so much for that. All right, Ben, you have the floor.
All right. Well, I apologize for my voice. I've been sick, so I maybe a little scratchy and froggy here. But yeah, for the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff, presenting this item, the Water Supply Reserve Fund Grant Program applications. And so as you all know, these applications go through the roundtable. Their respective roundtables have been recommended for approval. And so, yeah, I'll just run through them all, introduce or talk about the staff recommendation, but continue to move on. And I know I think I'm the last one, right? We moved the Perry's off, so I know I'm between you watching March Madness or getting out of Dodge here. So I'll try to stay within the time limit here. This is the first round of statewide requests once we got that large infusion last summer. And these are the requests that are required to be either an aging infrastructure project or a drought resiliency project. And overall, this round, we had 26 applications in all, 13 to be heard on this agenda item. Of the 12 statewide requests, 9 were identified as drought resilient projects, and the other 3 were, of course, aging infrastructure. So moving to 24A. 24A is a application from the Arkansas River Watershed Collaborative, and this proposal would address stream habitat, reclaim the legacy of abandoned mines through channel stabilization, address aquatic species passage, and then reduce fuel loading in some critical sub-watersheds. With us today is Jonathan Paklian. He's available through Zoom. He is the Executive Director of the Arkansas River Watershed Collaborative, and staff fully recommends the approval there. You see the $50,590 from the Arkansas Basin account. $252,060 from the statewide account for a total $302,650. And if the board has any questions, I believe Jonathan is on.
Yes, I am, Ben. Thank you.
Jonathan, do you have anything you'd like to say?
I guess just that this is a three-part project. It's bringing $8 million to the headwaters region of the Arkansas Basin. And this will help us meet a little bit of that funding gap that we have for this project. So we appreciate everyone listening and their support.
Thank you. Any questions for Ben on 24A? Okay.
All right. Great. 24B is application from Colorado Springs Utilities. And this is a project to provide rebates to builders that install drought resilient plant material, low water lawn alternatives, and efficient irrigation equipment to new single family homes, including affordable housing within the Springs Utilities service area. I goofed on the summary sheet there. I think I put like 500,000 as a total project cost. That's actually their measurable result, that not only would this, they're looking to save 10 acre feet of efficiency savings per year, but they're looking to impact 500,000 Colorados through engagement and incorporating water savings action into land use planning. So sorry for that, for the typo there. But staff recommends approval of the request of 50,000 from the Arkansas Basin account, $200,000 from the statewide account, for a total of 250,000. And then I do have Lisa Pace, who is going to be the Springs Utilities project manager for this project. She's on Zoom as well. If the board has any questions for the two of us.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
All right. 24C. Fortunately, yes.
Oh, sorry, I was sneezing and I excused myself. But my mic was on, my bad.
No worries. I see myself and then I see the PowerPoint. So yeah, 24C is a application from the Grand Valley Water Users Association. And I know they were already up for the water plant grant that was heard earlier. And so this is another component of some work they're doing to rehab the Roller Dam, which is over a century old. And this is the first of two aging infrastructures being presented this afternoon. Staff is in support of this project. I'll just add some amended amounts there. And I made another goof on my summary sheet. Apologies for that. I swear that's the last one in this presentation, but we needed to up the basin account to 245,000, as you see on the slide here. And then that way, by going up to that amount of 245,000 from the Colorado Basin account, that'll meet grant guideline match requirements that 10% of the WSRF total project cost be met by the basin. The 2 million was pretty large ask for the program, and so we felt more comfortable lowering that to 755,000 from the statewide account, just so that we can have more opportunities in the future, so that other worthy projects can get funded through statewide. But staff has been in a handful of meetings with the applicant, so we've talked to them about these requests, and thank you so much, Director Boucher, for being in on those meetings. We do have a couple other conditions for this grant project. And this project is, well, I don't even think I even told you what the project is, but this component, it would be replacing the existing Government Highline Canal diversion headworks. Sorry about that. But we were talking with them over the past several weeks as far as one of the conditions you see on there on the summary sheet would just be to have their own contractor procure construction materials and hold them until construction instead of Grand Valley doing that, just to help protect them and also protect state funds. And then also we won't contract this until they secure matching fundings. Currently, they're going out and talking to the Bureau and hopefully we'll secure some federal funding for this project as well. Tina Berganzini, the general manager for Grand Valley Water Users Association, as well as her consultant Angie Fowler from SGM, are there in person, and we're available to answer any questions the board may have on this project.
All right, thanks for being present, everyone. Any questions for guests or staff? Director Sakata, I see you challenged him. You said there are no more goofs, and he was like, "Oh, you will."
No, I didn't find any goofs. I do have a question, Ben, since you're requesting that the basin account be more. Does the basin have to approve that, or have they approved that increase?
Yeah, we were in a communication with Jason Turner, and so he was aware that it may need to go up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
you bet. And as always, after the board meetings, we do communicate with the roundtables as far as what their balances are for their basin accounts.
Very good. Thanks, Ben.
You're welcome.
Thanks, great clarification, Director Sakata. Any other questions? Director Boucher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give credit to Ben, Matt, and Joshua for participating in that meeting. Ben has handled this like such a champion in taking something, that came in an application and really making it still fit for the program, work with the users that desperately need a project, and, working through this and kind of seeing how it all happened. It warmed my heart. So thank you very much to Ben, Matt, and Joshua, and also to Grand Valley and the team for working with us.
Okay, thank you very much. Looks like we can move on.
Great. Thank you, Director Boucher. 24D is a project from the Crawford Clipper Ditch Company. And they are proposing to use grant funds to install 4,900 feet of existing open earthen ditch into 42-inch pipe, as well as create a 6-acre-feet irrigation regulating pond. They believe that this project is going to result in less erosion, flexibility for the ditch for on-farm users by eliminating ditch seepage and reducing selenium from entering Cottonwood Creek. Staff recommends, as you see on your screen there, $75,000 from the Gunnison, $150,000 from statewide account. And I believe Shauna Harness and one of the Ditch Company board members are online on Zoom if you have any questions for us.
Any questions? Oh, yep, Director Combs.
Sorry. Can you do 4,200 feet of 46-inch or 4,900 feet of 42-inch pipe for that price? Do you think that is, what's the estimate on that? That seems very low.
Did you hear the question?
Was that to me or to Shauna?
Whoever can answer.
Director Combs would like to order some of that pipe if there's still some available at that price.
And know who the contractor is.
She's not there.
We can always, do we want to see if she can get back on and we can move down to the next item and bring her back if she's able to join us again? Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're just gonna asterisk this, Ben. If
Okay.
is there anyone that could maybe search out this answer while we continue along our path?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll just keep moving on to 24E and see if she can join here, or one of the board members can join. 24E is from application from the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association. And so they would use grant funds to develop a drought response and mitigation plan. So they would be assembling a group of stakeholders just to see what actions they can take to understand either ongoing or future drought conditions. So some of the features of the drought plan would include how they will monitor conditions. They would do a vulnerability assessment and then select various mitigation and response actions, whatever works for their system. Steve Pope is on, I believe he's on Zoom with us, and he'll be able to answer any questions. And we recommended full funding, the $58,000 from the Gunnison, $100,000 from the statewide. And so Steve, if you are available, go ahead and unmute yourself. And
I am available.
Great. So yeah, we're available if there's any questions.
Any questions? For staff or for Steve? See none. Thank you. You can move forward.
All right. 24F is from the city of Lakewood. They want to establish a residential outdoor water conservation program, which includes a landscaping incentive program, community outreach. They want to specifically target their outreach to low-income households. And this will be a program that's continually analyzed as far as its impact and annual water savings on these incentive program measures. They do want to make it clear that this is, it won't interfere with what Denver Water is doing. Staff recommends a full funding, $30,000 from the Metro Basin account, $70,000 from the statewide account. Jeff Wong, the city's sustainability planner. Thought I saw him on Zoom. Maybe he's not there. But Jeff, if you are on, go ahead and unmute yourself and we'll be here if there's any questions.
Any questions? Go right ahead to the next one.
24G is from the South Metro Water Supply Authority. They're seeking funds to develop an aquifer storage recovery model. They state the model could serve as a tool to evaluate aquifer storage recovery, operational scenarios, other infrastructure needs, address other geologic and accounting questions. This is considered phase one. So they'll use the data collected during phase one and develop and calibrate a numerical model in the next phase. So we have given a couple grants to WSRF through several years ago. I think it was like mid 2010s to do similar work, and then a couple years ago to East Cherry Creek Valley. But they're going to try to use that data again to for the entire system there. But we recommend full funding, $50,000 from the Metro, $103,000 and $26 from the statewide account. I believe Angie Grudner and Eric Jorgensen are on the line with us. Maybe trying to look to see if they're there. But we're available for
any questions on the South Metro Water Supply Authority's application? Director Sakata, go ahead.
In the details box, I think there might be an error. Recommended amount. So the recommended amount is the total 153,026 instead of the 103. In our board packet.
Oh man, you were right. Yes. Yeah, the recommended amount should be 153,026. I think I get blinded by all these numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Ben.
You bet. So yeah, what's on the screen is on the summary sheet. It's correct, man.
I told you, don't give Director Sakata a challenge like that. He will find it.
Okay. You know what? There's going to be so many errors in the next several. It'll be too many to go over. No, just kidding.
Okay, thanks for catching that, Director Sakata. Appreciate you. Any other questions? Okay.
All right. Okay, next one, excuse me. 24H is from the Coalition of the Upper South Platte to conduct 2 airborne snow observatory surveys in the Upper South Platte Basin later this year. You know, they're, as most of the board knows, and for the new members, they're, through these flights are measuring snowpack and just providing water managers with additional water decision-making insights. This will be the first flights in the Upper South Platte. And actually this round, we had several WSRF proposals to continue this work that the Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement Program is doing. I have Taylor Winchell from Denver Water, who is one of the project partners. He's on Zoom and can answer any questions, as well as in the bullpen is Eric Sky, if there's any questions just overall with the Airborne Snow Measurement Program. But staff recommends full funding, $40,000 from the Metro Basin, $101,070.35 from the statewide account.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. This is a great program. All the other ones are great too. Sorry.
24I is from the Conejos Water Conservancy District. And sorry, I had to use my cough button there. But they've identified the need of a service to provide 3D maps of snow depth and snow water equivalent. The goal is to develop a weekly forecast of melt out. This is phase 1 of the project, which will be preparing these services in the basin, and they're building on previous LIDAR, SNOWTEL, SNOWLIGHT, and others data collected. They have a research team working with the applicant right now that will help predict the snowpack and then validate it with these other the various stations mentioned here. Staff recommends full funding for the project, $30,000 from the Rio Grande, $82,800 from the statewide account. And I think, I know Director Combs is, this is the one he needs to recuse himself, but I believe Peyton Valentine is in the audience. Is that right? Or is he online? No, he's online. He's on Zoom for us. If the board has any questions for us.
Any questions? Okay. Also a great project. Now I have to say that for everyone.
All right, 24J.
Okay, got it.
Is another proposal to fund airborne snow observatory flights. This time, the applicant is the St. Vrain and Left Hand Water Conservancy District. This proposal does have 10 front range water providers and 2 dish companies that are providing a match. So these flights are going to be aimed at the Clear Creek, South Boulder Creek, Left Hand, St. Vrain, Little Thompson, Big Thompson, and Cache La Poudre watersheds. And of course, all the data is going to be shared with all the stakeholders. Again, we recommend full funding, which would be $349,000 from the South Platte Basin. And Scott Griebling with St. Vrain and Left Hand Water Conservancy District is on Zoom if the board has any questions for us.
Any questions? Okay, keep rolling.
All right. Just real quick, I do see Shauna on the line. So when we get through this, we can go back and answer Director Combs's question on the Crawford Clipper ditch. But 24K
Sounds good.
Is the second aging infrastructure being presented today. The applicant is the Mancos Conservation District. They would use grant funds to build 2 in-stream structures that will help divert water efficiently, and at the same time enabling 3 species of warm water fish to pass through. So their objectives is remove 2 fish passage barriers, provide stabilization of the field and Sheik diversions, and then ensure water can be efficiently diverted for ag use while performing annual diversion and structure inspections. Staff recommends full funding, 100,000 from the Southwest Basin and $306,013 from the statewide account. And there we go. I see Sensa Walcott, who is the district's watershed coordinator. She's available to answer any questions the board may have.
Excellent. Are there any questions for Sensa or Ben? No questions.
All right. 24L is the applicant is the town of Pagosa Springs. And they're proposing to improve 2.5 miles of the San Juan River upstream from the town to preserve aquatic habitat and recreation opportunities. This project came out of a needs assessment, which was done by the Upper San Juan Watershed Enhancement Partnership. The town believes that the project will create low flow channels, and it promotes bank stabilization, it promotes riparian vegetation, promotes fish passage, and removes some hazardous stream bank materials. A lot of folks to ask questions to if you'd like. We have James Dickoff and Al Pfister from the town of Pagosa Springs, as well as Melly Whiting, who's a project partner from Trout Unlimited. But staff does recommend full funding of the request, 100,000 from the Southwest Basin account, 675,000 from the statewide account. So we'll be available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Is there, okay, cool. Looks like you can move on.
All right. And finally, 24M is application from the White River Conservation District to fund phase 3 of the White River Integrated Water Initiative. For those who may remember, the board awarded the applicant a WSRF grant for phase 2 2 years ago this month. This current proposal will provide coordination of the Planning Advisory Committee and the implementation of the top 4 prioritized activities, which was identified in phase 2. And so just 2 of them are water supply study and ditch diversion and riparian assessments. And then, so they'll use this collected data for the development of a hydrologic model for the water supply study and collect data through measuring the stream discharge, ditch diversions, groundwater well and groundwater return flow rates. And then hopefully out of this, we'll get a application or a scope of work for some future projects. Staff recommends a full funding, $149,410 from the Yampa White Green Basin. Don't have anybody from the district to be on, but I'll answer any questions I can. And if not, we can move on to the question for the Crawford Clipper Ditch folks.
Okay, any questions? We will go journey back to the past. And Shauna, thanks for joining us. Director Combs, would you like to repeat your question for Shauna on agenda item 24D?
Yeah, so I'm in favor of these type of projects. It's just, I'd like to see it succeed. And is this enough money to put 42-inch pipe down 4,900 feet? That seems very, very low. And so does this need a revision, or are you pretty confident that those numbers are going to work?
Thanks for having us. I also do have the district board president on the line, also Mark LaValle. Can you hear Mark?
Hello.
So we also are going for a CWCB loan for the remainder of the project, along with our other grants.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Otherwise, like I said, I was going to ask for your contractor and your price of pipe.
I know, right? It'd be nice if we could get it in for that. And unfortunately, everything keeps getting more expensive. But we do appreciate the funding.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Excuse me. I'd like to
We
thank
are-
everybody that's helped us.
Oh, yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry. I would like, on behalf of the Clipper Ditch, thank all you people, all you guys on the board for helping us. This will go a long ways and we really appreciate it. It's been great to work with you.
Before we let you go, we've also got a comment, Director Sakata.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ben, the last time I think we'll have to check the total project cost on the board packet. I get 675,000 when I add things up, not 750.
On the, I'm sorry, on the Crawford.
On the details for the Crawford Clipper agenda item 22D.
I'm squinting at the spreadsheet here. Are you looking at the summary sheet or the spreadsheet at the very end?
The summary sheet, sorry.
Summary sheet, okay. So okay, it should be, I'm looking at the spreadsheet, which is kind of the main one here. So yeah, 75,000 based on their request, 150 statewide. They have a $525,000 match.
Okay, that must be worse.
Then, yeah, I think that's where we're getting off on the numbers there.
Yep.
Yeah, man, stare at these numbers for so long. I'm like, all right, they're good. They're good. Yeah, I apologize for that. But the spreadsheet at the end of the summary sheets is correct.
Okay, thanks. I'll take a look. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks to you both. Looks like the way we are going to do this is to separate the block granting. So we need a motion to pull it off.
So
let's do a, so we're gonna approve 24A through H and J through M, and then we'll vote on
I separately.
24I.
So moved.
You can't do that. Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Director Felt and a second by Director Vasquez. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, please indicate by saying nay. The motion carries. And then we will ask you to leave. Thank you, Director Combs. Okey-dokey, he's gone.
I would also move approval of item 24I.
Thank you, Director Felt. Made the motion to move staff approval on 24I, and Director Boucher has a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you. So we had agenda item 24 removed from our agenda this month, but in, what did I say? Oh, yeah, 25, but we will be taking up earlier agenda item from yesterday, agenda item 13, Colorado River updates. Welcome Michelle Garrison And for anybody that is on the line for public comment, we expect this agenda item to be about 20 minutes.
Madam Chair, Amy Ostick, the record, if I can just go ahead and introduce this, then I'll kick it over to Michelle.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. So maybe while we're getting the PowerPoint ready, I just wanted to kind of provide a little bit of context for the new board members on what this agenda item is, because you'll see it at every board meeting, and why we do it. You know, the Colorado River is complicated in various ways, but one complicating factor is that there are a few different kind of roles and authorities relating to Colorado River issues. So Becky, of course, is the state's Colorado River Commissioner. She was appointed by the governor to represent the state in interstate negotiations and sits on the Upper Colorado River Commission in that capacity. So a lot of the work that my section does, the Interstate Federal and Water Information section, a lot of that work is really focused on supporting Becky in that role as commissioner, while also supporting, you know, this board in interstate and federal matters, including Colorado River issues. And while, you know, this board is not the decision maker in the interstate space, of course, a lot of the work that this board does intersect with, you know, the interstate work that Becky does as commissioner. One good example of that is the demand management feasibility investigation, which arose out of an interstate agreement, part of the drought contingency plan, but really touches on a lot of interstate policy issues. So this board has been leading that investigation on behalf of the state of Colorado. So, you know, all that being said, we think it is really important to keep this board updated and apprised of what's happening on the Colorado River and interstate negotiations, on interstate matters. So we, every month, provide an update on Colorado River issues. And just to kind of give you the scope of what that includes and what that looks like, a lot of the decisions that are made on an interstate basis on the Colorado River are based on hydrologic conditions in the basin. And some of them are specifically tied to elevations at Lake Powell and Lake Mead. So for that reason, we provide an update on hydrologic conditions in the basin at every board meeting, and projections and kind of looking at what's happening at Powell and Mead, because in a lot of cases, like I said, that kind of defines the decision space that we're in on an interstate basis and what options might be available to us. So typically how this goes is Michelle provides a detailed update on hydrologic conditions, and then I provide an update on interstate discussions and negotiations and kind of explain how all of this information is then affecting the decision making that we're doing in the negotiations that we're having with the other states. That being said, I'll go ahead and kick it over to Michelle to give the hydrology update, and I'll be back after that to discuss some interstate negotiation updates. So take it away, Michelle.
All right, thanks, Amy. Michelle Garrison presenting agenda item 15 for the record. And just real quickly, we'll go through some things you already know. Precipitation, dry on the left for water year 2022, much better for water year 2023, where we're seeing in the middle above average precipitation for most of the basin, but not always the Colorado headwaters, and not the headwaters of the Green either, through February. And then March is on the right-hand side, where you see much above average precipitation throughout most of the basin, but not in all of the Colorado headwaters. So when we're talking locally, things are a little different. Some things have actually gone down in terms of forecasts locally in Colorado, but for Lake Powell, the projections continue to go up, and we're going to talk about what that means in a minute. Soil moisture, as we all remember, was terrible in 2020 and slightly improving, but still low. So we see huge snowpack, but the runoff forecasts aren't quite as rosy. When you get to kind of looking at one on the left, the snowpack for the entire West, it has been really wet, despite La Nina conditions. There has been a series, many, over 10 atmospheric rivers coming through and just hammering, as we've seen in the news, California, but some of that moisture continuing on into other parts of the basin. And so you'll see that reflected here. Less so, some of those either missed or ran out of steam by the time they got to Colorado. So not all of those show up as much in Colorado as they do maybe in Nevada and Utah. But we did get quite a bit of precipitation from those storms. La Nina is now over. We are in INSO neutral conditions, which means, flip a coin. But there we are. And you can see on the right what that has done to the snowpack. Over this last month, these huge increases in snowpack above Lake Powell for that whole region. And what are we predicted to get in the near future? 6 to 10 day, at least one more atmospheric river coming through early next week, Monday or so into California, and then coming up through the rest of the basin. So expect a little more wet conditions. Then in the middle, you'll see a projection for April to be a little drier than normal. Cool to the north, but dry to the south. And seasonally for Colorado and most of the upper basin, equal chances. So there's not a lot of guidance right now in terms of what we're expecting the rest of the runoff season to look like, other than maybe some drying out after this next atmospheric river moves through. In terms of forecast for Powell, then what does that mean? And I don't know if I use the pointer. I'm not sure I can. But as you're looking at this graph, the pointer?
Push it all the time.
Yep. Point at this one? Okay. Perfect. So the pink on March 1st was the last forecast. And the dot in the middle, about 8 million acre feet for April through July runoff into Powell. Is what we were looking at. And then look what happened as the rest of these atmospheric rivers moved through. If you look at the other blue for March 15th, the blue line is actually what the model does every day without folks looking at it and coming out with an official forecast. And so the blue line moved up 1.4 million acre feet since March 1st. So when we talk about the March 1st projections that I'm going to show later, keep in mind that we're talking about that plus over 1 million acre feet more, which at Powell starts to get really messy in the lower elevation balancing tier. So we'll spend some time talking about the mess that is the lower elevation balancing tier. In terms of storage conditions, as you know, things continue really, really low. Powell is sitting at 25%, Flaming Gorge 67%. Blue Mesa is recovering a little bit, and as is Navajo. Projections for this next year will go up after the March 15th forecast comes out, mid-March forecast comes out next week. It's not out yet. But before these March storms moved in, if you'll remember, the upper green wasn't looking so great. And so you'll see that reflected here in Fontanelle and Flaming Gorge looking to be below normal, Blue Mesa really close to normal, Navajo really close to normal, but Powell with all that extra sitting kind of downstream of Colorado and sitting in Utah, Powell looking to be quite a bit above average, the new average. And we'll talk about that in a minute as well. And so what does that mean for Powell? Here's the March 1st. And again, we're talking about this plus at least 1 million acre feet more. If you, in your mind, tack that onto the end of the graph, what that does, based on what we think is going to happen starting in March, when the mid-March forecast comes out, all the projections for 2023 will be average or better. But we are talking about the new average, which is 1.2 million acre feet lower than the old average. Right now, the projections for Powell, the March 1st projections for Powell would have shown just average in the 91, in the 81 to 2010. We'd have been talking about this year like it was an average year. What that means in terms of Lake Powell releases on the right-hand side on the bottom, we're in the lower elevation balancing tier, and the lower elevation balancing tier for Powell is to start the year planning on releasing 7 million acre feet, and then to make an adjustment in April as needed. If conditions improve, then that improvement gets shared, balanced between PAL and Mead. And so the way the current guidelines work, when you're in the balancing tiers, you're kind of sharing the wealth between the two. And so when they go down together. And when you get a better year like this, when they go up together. But because it's been so low and we've made some extraordinary efforts to get PAL back up a little higher, but it's still sitting in that tier, all of a sudden it makes a mess to try to determine how to share the bounty plus what you've just done to prop PAL up. So we'll talk about that in a minute. In terms of drought response operations, which was one of the extraordinary measures that were taken by the Upper Basin. For 2021 and 2022, you'll see the numbers here. Flaming Gorge ended up releasing a total of 588,000 and change acre feet to help prop up Lake Powell, and Blue Mesa released 36,000 acre feet for a total of 624,000 and change. Coming from the Upper Basin reservoirs, DROA is counted as a loan essentially out of those reservoirs. So essentially it's like those reservoirs loaning water to PAL to keep PAL above critical elevations. And then those reservoirs need to be paid back. And so I know there has been some confusion in the press and whatnot. How can you, when PAL is still sitting at its lowest elevation ever, stop releasing DROA operations? We're going to talk about that in a minute. But on the right-hand side, you'll see what Flaming Gorge did this year in terms of their releases. And then by the time we got to February and it was clear how wet it was going to be and how well PAL was going to recover and rebound and how much higher than those critical elevations PAL was going to be, DROA is for protecting critical PAL elevations. And by February, the runoff forecasts were clear that those critical elevations were no longer a concern once runoff hit PAL. And so you can ahead of time make that determination. You don't have to wait until PAL goes up, which I think is some of the misunderstanding that has happened. And so this is a really messy one. I couldn't get my hands on the cleaner one. But if you take a look at, if you can see it, the green projection is the most probable projection for PAL. And if you look at that, PAL recovers quite a bit in 2023, and then 2024 you have to always take with a big grain of salt. So I hate showing these because the following year is just fiction. But if we were to get a year that was pretty normal in 2024, that is what PAL would look like. And so you'll see, and even and then the red, and this is going to change a lot with that one extra 1.5 million acre feet of SWE that has come in these last few storms. Even the red, when it gets updated, which is the minimum probable, won't show any risk, even if PAL is dry next year, of getting down to those elevations again, those critical elevations again. And so you can look forward. DROA always looks forward to make those decisions. It looks forward to release it because you can't wait till the last minute release it. It takes a long time to get water out of those reservoirs, and that takes a lot of time to get water back into those reservoirs. And so the decision was made, and on March 7th, Reclamation did stop releasing water out of Flaming Gorge for DROA. The next, and that was done through an amendment to the 2022 plan. The next plan that comes out for DROA will come out around May 1st of 2023, talking about what will happen with DROA for May 2023 to April 2024. And that should be focused on recovery. When we see PAL getting this high, the DROA releases, the difference that makes it PAL is less than 8 feet. PAL clearly is going to be way more than 8 feet above the elevations we're concerned about. And so it is time to start paying back those reservoirs in the Upper Basin when we have the water to do it, so that if we get dry conditions in the future, we can have that water available again. So what will come out in May 2023, we don't know the details yet. We'll have April to work that out, but it will be focused on recovering Flaming Gorge and recovering Blue Mesa as much as we can in 2023. So expect that to come out. Where are we in terms of the lower basin? The red arrow marks the shortages and DCP contributions that were made in 2022 under the shortage sharing plus the DCP agreement. And then the purple line shows where they are in 2023 in tier 2A. And notably there, Arizona, Nevada, and Mexico are the ones making those, taking those shortages and making those contributions. When you get to tier 2B, if Meade were to have dropped enough that we would have dropped one more category, California starts contributing under DCP 200,000 acre feet, and California has been talking about voluntarily contributing 400,000 acre feet, possibly as part of the SEIS. But what was required under interim guideline shortages plus DCP is just what you see in the blue, for a total of 721,000 acre feet, some of which can be offset by recoloring your ICS. So you don't save that much in Meade, but this is what they have to contribute. And then really quickly, as we're looking ahead and trying to model Powell and Meade in this next year, it's very tricky to try to figure out what the lower basin is going to be doing and whether or not things like the extra water that has come into California, some all at once not helpful, but other places maybe being stored in reservoirs, whether what that's going to mean for demand in the lower basin. Arizona has also been very wet, and so it may be unclear if they're going to have full demand or if some of that will be offset by other sources, including the State Water Project in California or some of their other tributaries and other sources in Arizona. What will that do to their demand, and what will that do to their ICS? And will they be making ICS? Will they do nothing with ICS, or will they take ICS? And all of those matter a lot in the lower elevation balancing tier, because those projections at Lake Meade that depend on how those demands get put in drive the releases out of Powell. And so this will be something that will have to be looked at very, very carefully. And so what has happened now? The other part of DROA was that Powell withheld 523,000 acre feet of water from January through March because Powell was so low. So they changed the monthly releases out of Powell, which is not supposed to change the water year releases out of Powell. So that means less water being released in January, February, March. That water has to get pushed to the rest of the year. So we're sitting in March, and they're going to show pushing that out into April, May, June, July, August, and September. So there's that 520,000 acre feet that they have to push to later in the year. And now that they're getting to balancing, they also need to get the balancing releases out. And now all of a sudden it's going to be an issue that it may not make sense to try to get all that out by the end of the calendar, by the end of the water year. But that's what the 24-month study is going to show. And they also have a smallmouth bass problem. And if they start taking this water out in April, they're going to actually make the smallmouth bass escape problem from Lake Powell worse, not better. So we're starting to have a problem with the releases they want to make out of Powell stacking up in an unhelpful way. So more discussion on that, but we'll go back to this really, really ugly graph for just a second. And I'll point you to the bottom blue dotted line. If I can, yep, there we go. You'll see this huge hole that's created under maximum probable inflow. If the extra 1 to 1.5 million acre feet that we've seen come into the snowpack, plus maybe more coming, starts to look more like that maximum probable, under the 24-month study, they can continue pushing more and more of those releases into April. To get that water out, which does not make sense. That's what that's how they view the lower elevation balancing period, but it doesn't make sense to have put in all this work to try to keep Powell from dropping this low and then to drop it this low. Because now you'll actually see them starting to make those releases in March, February and March, which they won't do. And so that's one of these reasons these are fiction. But it doesn't make sense to start dumping that water out in April after you've worked so hard to try to stay above those. So lots of work to do, but I guess just to say, don't read a whole lot into the March 24 month study. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to figure out a different release pattern that makes a lot more sense than what's shown in the 24-month study for March. And Lake Mead will get some extra water because there will be balancing. And so Lake Mead doesn't look too much worse for 2023, but then you see in 2024, Lake Mead continues to go down. So when we talk about, can DROA be over because it's just about protecting critical elevations at Lake Powell, DROA can be over. Is the crisis over? No, it is not. And the crisis at Mead and the fact that for 20 years or more, but more honestly, it's just that in the last 20 years, once hydrology gets dry, it becomes very obvious. Lake Mead releases too much to be sustainable. And nothing about this wet year is going to fix that. So the DROA crisis is over, but the problems for the basin and particularly for the lower basin, they're not over. You can continue these projections out and Lake Mead just continues to go down. And so those efforts to try to figure out what the lower basin can do to release less water out of Lake Mead, those have to continue, no matter how wet it gets up here. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Amy to finish. Well, first I'll take any questions and then I'll hand it to Amy to finish.
Thank you, Michelle. Are there any questions?
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I'm always impressed by the amount of information that you're able to cover in these. I appreciate it. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about some somewhat recent developments in interstate negotiations. This kind of feels like old news because it happened in January. And of course, we sent this information to the board as soon as it did happen, but we haven't had a board meeting since it happened. So I wanted to provide an opportunity to take any questions and kind of explain what this is. So to start, you know, the 6-state consensus-based modeling approach, that's a lot of words, and I just want to provide a little bit of context for what it is. As you likely know, the Bureau of Reclamation provided a notice that they would be developing a supplemental environmental impact statement for the 07 guidelines, which essentially means that they were looking at changing or adjusting operations at Lake Powell and Lake Mead over the short term to protect the critical elevations of those reservoirs. This came along with the call by Reclamation to conserve 2 to 4 million acre feet of water in the Colorado River Basin. So they put out this notice, and the basin states started talking about how to respond. And throughout the course of that, 6 of the 7 Colorado River Basin states were able to develop a consensus-based modeling approach. A few things here before I get into the details. First, you know, it's pretty significant that 6 states were able to agree on something like this in the time provided. When you look at how long it took the states to reach various other agreements like the 07 guidelines, it's years in many cases, and even the DCPs. So this was a pretty big accomplishment, took a lot of work and a lot of compromising and a lot of just talking, frankly. The other thing I want to point out is that the phrase consensus-based modeling approach is a little bit confusing. This is not a formal agreement among the 6 basin states about what we're going to go out and immediately do. But what it is really kind of a sandbox that we would encourage Reclamation to play in when they are looking at solutions for Lake Powell and Lake Mead in the short term. This gives them the what we believe are the tools that they would need to model appropriate solutions for Lake Powell and Lake Mead, and gives them kind of a framework for doing that, and a framework that we all believe the 6 states is workable, and that is also frankly responsive to their call for 2 to 4 million acre feet of conservation. The one state, as you probably know, that was left out of this, that did not join this approach, was California. And I shouldn't have said left out, because California was actually involved in every stage of the negotiations. We tried really hard to reach a 7-state agreement, but unfortunately couldn't get there. So I'll dive in a little bit to what the components of this modeling approach are. I'm going to actually start with the lower basin components. The first one is really a long overdue step that I think is a huge win for the upper basin and for the system as a whole, which is recognition of evaporation and transit losses in the lower basin states. So the way that things currently work is that lower basin states, call for water out of Lake Mead, and they get that amount delivered to their head gate, so to speak. So there's not an accounting of evaporation and transit losses, which, as you can imagine, through the desert, those are quite significant. So the very first step, which we have always believed should be the first step in any long-term or short-term solution to bring balance to the system, is acknowledgement of evaporation and transit losses. So reductions in deliveries to lower basin states of a little over 1.5 million acre feet of water per year, just representing calculations of those losses. And then lower basin states would take additional shortages at different elevations at Lake Mead. Those are kind of stacked on top of the reductions that Michelle went over, the shortages that are outlined in the DCPs and the 07 guidelines. And then additional reductions is needed to protect Lake Mead elevation at 1,000. So in other words, even if we do all this stuff and Lake Mead is still in danger of getting to that elevation, further reductions would be made in releases from Lake Mead. So those are the lower basin components. In the upper basin, the thing I'll start with that I think is also a really represents great progress is recognition of hydrologic shortages. So, we've been talking to this board a lot and across the state about the importance of recognizing the reality that we live in the upper basin, that our water users face shortages every single year. Because of those shortages, we regularly use far less than our compact apportionment. Our water users face a lot of painful decisions because of those shortages. And those shortages also somewhat limit what we're able to do as part of the solution going forward because we're already so cut back. So the census-based modeling approach recognizes that any solution has to recognize that, has to take that into account. So it also recognizes that we might be able to do a little bit in terms of voluntary conservation through programs like the System Conservation Pilot Program and other potential conservation programs if they're approved by the upper division states through the UCRC. But again, there's recognition that anything that we look at in terms of voluntary measures would have to take into account those hydrologic shortages that our water users face and deal with that reality that we might not have very much to give in a lot of years. Also, we agreed to continue considering potential releases pursuant to the Drought Response Operations Agreement. Michelle talked a little bit about that, and I just want to emphasize that, the DROA agreement includes not only provisions about potential releases, but also recovery and consideration of a lot of other factors. So the consensus-based modeling approach really leaves in place the DROA process as it is. We're just committed to continuing working through that process. Also proposes constrained release tiers. Michelle just talked about the messiness that is the lower elevation balancing tier. And what we're proposing is we kind of back off from that, messiness, and constrain the releases at certain levels so that we don't have to deal with that uncertainty in a very uncertain time already. And then similar to the lower basin component of protecting Mead at 1,000, we would constrain releases to protect 3,500 releases down to Lake Mead. So that is that. And if I get the next slide, please. Apologies, I tried to mute, but I turned off my video. I don't need to spend a lot of time here because Michelle really covered it. Because of the conditions, the improved hydrology, we have, the UCRC has voted to suspend releases that were set to go through April from Flaming Gorge. This will really provide greater security into the future, as Michelle was explaining. We're in ongoing discussions about recovering that water and what that will look like. So I'm going to stop there and happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Thank you to both. Yep, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Amy and to Michelle, I just want you to know how much we really appreciate this as a board and all the effort that goes in and keeping us up to date. So thank you very much.
You are welcome. Thank you.
Michelle, if you have a minute to share with Viola the presentation, since I think it's an update from what's in our packet, that would be great.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep, you will get the updated one.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions? Anything online? All
You know,
right.
can I
Thanks
just-
for being flexible with the schedule too. Yeah.
Can I just note
go
one
ahead.
little thing, which is that I know that we're getting you some last minute information sometimes, and it just so happens that Reclamation provides the most up-to-date information of the month, typically, you know, in the 2 days before the board meeting. So Michelle tries really hard to get all the most updated information there so that we can share it with you. So I apologize that sometimes it feels like things are changing. That's just kind of the world we live in and the unfortunate timing of all this. So I just wanted to let you all know that.
Thank you. Yep, we really appreciate the updated presentation. We talked a little bit about that earlier, so thanks again for taking the time to do that. All right, if there are no further questions, then do we have any public comment? No? All right, then it's time to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Director Felt. Thank you, Director Vasquez. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you so much.